everyone. Good morning. Good morning. If I don't start the meeting, it's going to get cancelled. Stop it. Good morning, everyone. I'll declare the meeting open. I'll call for apologies. Is Councillor Chen here today?
No, Jimmy was an apology.
Yeah, right. Okay. Jimmy Chen and Councillor East, he's here, isn't he? I can see a bag there, so he might be invisible. And okay, so would someone like to move that Councillor Chen's apologies be accepted? Moved by Phil, seconded by Aaron. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. I haven't received any declarations of. I don't know why. You can turn up the microphone. Sorry, I don't know why I've got my microphone on, so that might be better. Yes, I speak so quick. Yeah, I won't go there. Public participation, public forum. I've got Chloe Waratini of, is it Inspiral Foundation? Inspiral? Yep. Who's going to talk about the Otakaro orchard. Thank you.
Atamaria, good morning councillors. Thank you to Vicky Buck for inviting me to speak briefly to you today. I promise I won't take up too much of your time and that what I have to share is very exciting. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Chloe Waratini. I'm a coordinator with the Food Resilience Network and I'm leading the Otakaro Orchard project. This project, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, is the crown jewel in our shared vision to make Christchurch the best edible garden city in the world. And yes, that's directly from your food resilience policy. So we've been making really great strides with this project this year. We've now received over $300,000 in grant funding and public donations, and over $100,000 in in-kind sponsorship from industry partners. We've got fully costed designs for both the edible park and the building, and we'll be applying for consents in the coming weeks. Just last night we submitted a major funding application to lotteries for the construction costs of the building. It's all full steam ahead. You could even say that it might be the fastest progressing anchor project in the city, all powered by the amazing spirit of the Christchurch community. And of course that's where you come in. We've really appreciated the support so far of both the council and council officers in taking the project to this point. And now the only thing standing between us and delivering the project this year is being able to attract the financial resource to do so. So right now we're crowdfunding, as you might have seen in the paper yesterday. And we really need your help to get this across the line. I know you're all incredibly connected to your communities and will be invaluable in getting the word out. And how about having your legacy preserved for decades in in Christchurch's most delicious park by having a brick named after you, or perhaps even stumping up to name a tree? It could really be a great fruit. Okay, I'll quit with all the puns. But please feel free not only to pledge and spread the word through your networks, but also to connect me with people, businesses and organisations who would welcome the opportunity to invest in this inspiring project for Christchurch. My contact details are on the Pledge Me page. Thank you. And I thought I would just speak very, very briefly, and then if you have questions, there's plenty of time for those.
Very good. Has anyone got any questions? Yanni?
Thank you. I just remember last time you came, one of the concerns was around security of tenure.
Yes.
And we had a resolution to ask staff to work with you around the project.
Yeah.
And including looking at the security of tenure or ownership issues.
So what we've got now, so we initially had a 5-year lease that started in February last year. What we've now got agreement in principle from all partners, including the council, departments and Otakaro Limited and also the Canterbury Horticultural Society, is to have a 10-year lease with 2 rights of renewal sitting with the Canterbury Horticultural Society, who are one of our key partners on the project. So that's something that's definitely being looked at, and that should be signed off in the coming weeks.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, like, your understanding of who owns the land?
So the Crown owns the land. And Otakaro Limited are the agency looking after that. And what their understanding is of the future ownership of the land is that it will transfer to council.
Right.
So that's why council have been involved in those discussions.
Okay.
Good news.
Cool.
Good news.
Great.
Phil.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, like, for, in terms of, say, your policies and the processes you have, is there a way that the garden would be spray-free or organic?
Yes, it's absolutely going to be organic. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think people are just really excited about it,
Yeah.
and that's just such great news about getting the tenure sorted. It's
Yeah, and we got $250,000 from the Rata Foundation towards the
Right.
building last year. So that's a really great vote of confidence as well. As I said, everything's really coming together, and there's so much goodwill involved. The thing that's important about the crowdfunding is, first of all, it demonstrates to funders and to everyone that this is something that the community really wants and wants to invest in, and that's something that we've said all along. So really important for that to go ahead. Also, it is the chance for our community, people, business organisations to get their name on the project. And when I think about the project being built and the experience of people walking through that, I want it to look like it's community owned, and so that's really key for that.
And I guess your challenge is that every single councillor sitting here, including the Mayor, should make a pledge on
Yes.
pledgeme.co.nz, project 50550 Takaro Orchard, Phase 1, build an edible park for Christchurch. Is that a good enough ad for you?
Absolutely, and of course share it through your networks.
And share it on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and everything else that you've got. I've only got
Snapchat,
Facebook and Twitter.
all those things.
Right, onto it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, the next one is a deputation by appointment, but I do notice that the deputy chair of one of the submitters today will be included in the deputation, so might just have a conversation about that later. So Mick O'Donnell, Pam Richardson and John Meeker speaking regarding the Little River Big Ideas project referenced in item 20, Banks Peninsula Community Board report to Council.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mick O'Donnell from Little River. This is Tori and this is John, both of whom have been part of the project group. Just to tell you a little bit this morning about how this plan came about. It's a true community plan as it was born in the community, and the state that you see it now, it's entirely community created. So to kind of lift a line from an old Hot Chocolate song and twist it a little bit, it started with a flood. So Little River has flooded.
So much better than a kiss, yeah.
But it lasted longer. It's Little River's flooded probably as far back as anyone living there now can remember, but we had a couple in quick succession. One of them we were told was the worst flood in 100 years, a 100-year flood, and 3 weeks later we had another one. And just to sort of personalise it, when that happens we get about a metre of water through the main street of Little River. The shop is flooded out, the cafe is flooded out, the garage is flooded out, and they're more familiar than they'd like to be with it. I got a bit of a fright because we had 40 centimetres of flowing water under my house, which is only 40 metres from the Akana, and I had to carry my children to the fire station because I thought the flood was severe enough to knock them over. What that did was that really galvanised the community board in approaching some agencies around some flood mitigation. And so we got together with ECAN, we got together with the council, and we got a targeted rate agreed for mitigation measures. So that's one of the real positives that's come from this. Now, out of that, there came a plan which was called the Issues and Options Plan, which was done by a local planner. So she happens to work at Lincoln University, that's Dr. Suzanne Valance. And she put together a plan, and its scope widened somewhat. So it wasn't just about floods and flood mitigation, it was about what the community wanted, what the concerns were. And so it took in things like speed limits and footpaths and connecting cycleways and plantings and water quality, all sorts of stuff. Now, I come from a small community. There are, if you include Cooptown and Birdlings Flat, there are probably somewhere between 11 and 1,200 of us. And anyone from here that has a background with small communities knows that generally, where they can, they take care of themselves. They own stuff, they step up, and everybody does their bit. But I also know from my background, which was in consultation with the Old Banks Peninsula District Council, that everybody tells people like yourselves what their community wants. And how do you know that really is what the community wants and not just the view of one person? So really that was the issue that we wanted to resolve. We have all these people with lots of passion and ideas working kind of separately. And then we have agencies like yourselves who don't quite know what the community wants and just want to do the right thing. You want to do what the Local Government Act asks you were doing, which is to reflect the needs and wants of your community, but you need to know what they are and you need to be able to trust what you're being told. So this plan put together a consultation process. So there already had been consultation that went into the issues and options paper. So we already had some good founding stuff there. And so we took this out to the community and we asked them what they wanted. Now the reason, rather than go into all that detail, because I know we've only got 10 minutes, there's some wacky stuff in there. And that's how you know it's real. So my other job, or one of my other jobs, is I'm the board chair for the local school. And we wanted to make sure that the voice of children was heard in this, and I might have pushed that a little bit myself. And Tori was good enough to go in and interview the kids in the classrooms, just sat them around and said, what do you want? So if there's stuff in there, if it's heavily reflected that playgrounds are wanted and that they need a shop in Little River when they've already got a shop, there's stuff like that, but you know that that's genuine input from the community. So what we've done is we've collected all these ideas and thoughts, and we've had fantastic backing from the council, from staff, and from the team that are based in Little River. So one of the my messages to you is keep that up. That's been great. The next stage is, so we've got a plan which captures what we think people want. We don't have priorities. We've identified agencies that might be able to help. So people like yourselves might be able to help with some of the local roading stuff, with footpath stuff, with cycleways and so on. So we've got the prioritisation, and then what we're using this plan for is a mustering point for all those groups that are working separately to come together. So how do you know who else is interested in your stuff? And we used to have this chart, I'm probably showing my age now, but in the UK we used to have this charming thing. When you started a game up in the playground, you all just kind of put your arm around one another and you went round and you chanted who wants to play. And that's what this plan is really doing. It's who else is interested in stuff that I care about, and who's prepared to grab a spade, who's prepared to talk to people, who's prepared to advocate for it. So what I'd say for you is this is a genuine community plan. We've had more than 100 submissions or pieces of content to it.
400.
Oh,
400.
400, thank you, that's one of those. We're not done, we'll get more input, it'll evolve. Some of the ideas in there we might decide to shelve. But that's what a plan does. It kind of grows and it changes and it evolves with what the community needs. I'd also put to you that in a way we've done your job for you. Now it's the community board that's kicked that off, so they've got to take the credit, and that is you in the broader sense. But you know, you don't have to do all that hard work of finding out how do we do the right thing here, because we're telling you what the right thing is.
Can I nod harder?
In the nicest possible way.
This is music to my ears, you know.
Okay. So to go back to it, you know, small communities in particular own their own stuff, and there are projects in there that we need your help with. There are some that we'll need to pull different agencies together, and there are some that are just be about local people pulling finger. So I think this is a fantastic thing to have done. And, you know, I'd recommend it to any other small community out there, and I understand Diamond Harbour's working on one at the moment. And this is just a really good model for community engagement, I think. So what I'm asking of you is continue to back your community. Listen to us, please. Ask questions by all means. If you say, look, who says so? Is that just you, Mick, or have you got some wider mandate here? By all means, ask those questions. We have all those submissions on record. If you need to back check exactly who said what, we've got all that.
Yep.
And I think I've talked enough.
Look, have you heard of something called the Community Resilience Partnership Fund? So it's only just been established, so I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't heard of it, because it only got this much mention in the press. But what it's designed to do is to invest. So the council invests in precisely the sort of initiative that you've just described, which is not so much investing in a project, but investing in a community so that the community can lead the partnership with the council. So when it's not abandoning communities to do things on their own, it's actually investing in the community so it's got the capacity to develop up the ideas that we can then assist with in the normal process. So and because when the community leads, there are also other access to other funding mechanisms. You know, you said the targeted rate, but also you can get a private, you know, you can get charitable trusts donating, you know, so there's the sum is greater, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Oh, got it right this time. So music to my ears. So questions, comments? Andrew?
I'll make a comment. I think this is an excellent piece of work. I mean, when we put $15,000 on budget for the development of this type of thinking, and we didn't necessarily expect that it would end in a document or a plan in this way, it was really just to get some conversation going in communities like Little River and Diamond Harbour, as you say, is the other one. We were hopeful that some good ideas would come out of that. What you've produced is something, I think, way beyond what we expected. And the great thing about this for me is that there's been so much input into it from so many different sources. And then there are projects that drop out of it, almost an action plan that drops out of it. But not all of those projects need to be council-led projects. Not all of them involve council funding. There are community-led projects here, there are community-funded projects here, there are partnership projects between various entities, sometimes involving council, and also there's a sense of the priorities that the community has got for council-led projects and things council should be doing as well. So I think we've got a lot to learn from the work that you've done. I think it's a really good way of doing this sort of planning work, and for a relatively small investment of $15,000, I believe that we've got something here which has got far greater value than that, and will actually serve as a blueprint for Little River's wishes, desires, priorities to be recognised for a long time to come, recognising that this obviously remains a work in progress, and those priorities will change and things may be added to this in the future. But really just to say well done for the work you've done. What we've got is an excellent document which will lead to, I'm sure, some really good outcomes from Little River.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. And you've just reminded me of something. I'm just fronting this today. The real chair, Janet Reeves, is a real driving force behind this, and she's the one that's made that happen. She's had the expertise, she's drawn people together, she's pushed when she needed to, she's encouraged when she needed to. She can't be here today, but a lot of it's down to her. And Pam's backing, and Maria Bartlett from our old community board too.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to sort of say that before because, but Pam will be sitting up at the table as the deputy chair of the board when it comes to the report itself. So, and as you say, you've highlighted an element of the report, but we all know what Pam's invested in it as well. So it's just a great model. So look, thank you very much for your time. It's greatly appreciated, and I think we'll be reaching out to you in other ways in the very near future. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Right, so presentation of petitions. Oh, that's the Little River Big Ideas. Well, I'll have a look at that before I pass it on. And I'll move that the supplementary reports be included in the meeting, and that's seconded by Andrew, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried, and we'll move on to the Chief Executive's monthly report.
Thank you. I'll take the report as read. I just want to highlight that it's been an extremely busy time. So from the elections, induction, of course, a significant amount of staff involved in the Hiranui Kaikoura earthquakes, and in an ongoing way as well. And of course the fires most recently really take out quite a lot of our staff in terms of senior people and running the EOCs and providing the support as well as at the front line and welfare support services. On top of that, of course, there's been the work on the annual plan. So given that the focus has been on that, I'm really pleased that to date there hasn't been significant impact on business as usual, but it's always something that we need to keep an eye on because it's been challenging in terms of being able to deliver on everything. So happy to take any questions.
Questions? Yanni?
Two questions. One is about the costs from the fires. When do you think we'll be in a position as a council to understand what the financial implications are for us?
They'll be estimated once the fires are actually out, so there's still work on the fires, and then there's quite a bit of work in terms of understanding not just in terms of the direct costs but the indirect costs. So we monitor our staff involvement and things such as on a daily basis the welfare support and those sorts of things, but then there are the other costs in terms of the impact that will take a little bit more time. So I can't give you a date, but it's a substantial process we need to go through.
So we don't have any sort of rough estimates of several million or hundreds of thousands? Or
It would be inappropriate for me to make that.
Cool. And then the second question was just in regards to the issue of like the ongoing issue of maintenance and just the general concern that's been expressed through the sheer number of complaints we're getting around the tidiness of the city. Have you got any response in terms of what we're looking at to try and reduce the number of complaints coming in?
So we always get a seasonal increase in complaints. This time of year it's been very warm and hot and wet, so that always increases, particularly around parks. I'm assuming you're talking about maintenance issues.
Yeah, litter bins. We just saw the article in the paper today in regards to Ikaroa, but streets, parks, stormwater systems.
This came up at the Finance and Performance Committee, I think, and there was going to be some reporting back on that. So there's a range of things we're doing, working with contractors. It's also understanding where there are more innovative ways and more local ways of actually dealing with those things as well. But that will come through the Finance and Performance Committee.
Yeah, Finance and Performance, I think the decision was made, I think you were there, that it would report back to the meeting that reported back the Finance and Performance meetings report. So the next council meeting will get the staff at the end of the table and they can answer the questions. Yep. That was the idea.
I would just like to add, though, that things such as increase in complaints is also because we've increased awareness and ability for people to provide us information. So things like the Snapstein Sol is actually helpful for us in terms of being able to respond more quickly, but it also means that there will be an increase in terms of complaints that come to us.
Yeah, I understand that, but there does seem to me a general increase in the state of untidiness in the city as well. Yeah.
Well, I have to say that one of the things that I was going to mention was I was kind of struck by how much moving to a paperless environment has saved $90,000 per annum embedded into operational savings. I mean, I just think that's extraordinary. And being somebody that preferred paper, I've eschewed paper. I've gone straight to this, and there are aspects of it I don't like, but when I see $90,000 saved, I just go, yeah, good one,
And
good
then,
call.
And the next steps, of course, is the community boards will move to that as well.
Yeah, Anne.
Can I make a comment rather than a question? One of the themes that came through this morning from the community board chair reports was how positive they were about staff and the work that staff were doing with them. And I think that has to be noted. So, thank you.
I'll pass that on. Thank you.
Any other? Would someone like to move that the report be received? Dion, seconded Jamie. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And now we move to the first of the Mayor's monthly reports. So, it's still a work in progress, but the idea of the Mayor's report is to enable an overview of governance issues and the activities of councillors and myself over each monthly period. So this one covers the dedication of the Canterbury Earthquake National Memorial, as did the Chief Executives, Waitangi Day, the Port Hills Fire, City Foundation, and then it covers some of the external meetings and some of the issues that some of the speeches and events and various other things. So that February actually looks quite busy, but if you go to the a later attachment, which was an attachment to this was just, so this is a separate report, and it covers October 2016 to January 2017, and we've really done that for the sake of completeness, to try and get an overview. And one of the things I hope to see included in future reports is that councillors themselves who are representing council on external bodies or anything like that, they can use this report to report in on a monthly basis. So, I mean, I see Pauline's nodding. She's on the, the zone committee. There might be just a quick reflection on what they might have touched on, or so it's just a fuller reporting mechanism. But I'll open myself up for questions on both reports. Oh, there being none. Moved by Andrew, seconded by Raph. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Well, that worked. Right, yeah. Right. I'd now like to invite what? Not even from Yanni, no. This is the first meeting where the community boards are now reporting on a monthly basis, a complete report in relation to activities, not only in relation to the board's activities, but also the awards or their areas' activities. And I think it's a much better process. This has produced way better than I ever thought that it would, but this is so much better than receiving minutes and Part A reports. So well done to the team that's put these together. So I'd like to invite Kim Money and the Deputy Chair. I have said to people that the Chair and the Deputy Chair are welcome to come to the table and present on the report, and anyone else from your board who's in the room can sit around there, but I'm really just inviting the chairs and the deputy chairs to participate in the meeting.
The new board advisors here, Mayor, Joe Wells. Yeah, and actually the board advisors are welcome to come to the
table as well. Yeah, no, that would be lovely. We'll get to know them. Yeah, okay. So, Coastal Burwood Community Board, items 5. I think we'll do the report first, and the presentation you can take 10 minutes, and then we'll move on to the individual papers straight afterwards.
That's great. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Leanne. Good morning, councillors and staff and community. Great to be here this morning. As we've said, the Coastal Burwood Community Board report, we're presenting 3 Part A's to you for your meeting today. One of the first ones being the Haiata Community Campus School Speed Zone, the Marshland School Speed Zone. These two here, you would know that the Haiata Community Campus has merged between the Avondale Primary, Aranui Primary, Wainoni Primary and Aranui High Schools, and so they're looking at variable speed limits of 40k in Shortland Street and a modification for the variable speed limits on Breezes Road to better align with the new campus there. The Marshland School has moved, as you know, from Marshlands Road into the new Preston subdivision in Te Korari Street, so they're requiring something there. Residential red zone provision of wastewater and horizontal infrastructure. Of course, this has been a huge issue for the residents that still remain in the red zone in the Brooklands area and in Avon there. So I'd just like to say that of the 44 residents that remain in the red zone, 24 actually remain in the coastal Burwood area, and it was my first introduction actually to a community meeting when I was first elected, and I have to say that the engagement team just handled this superbly. They had called a community meeting together with the residents affected, and they wanted to hear from the residents how they could best consult through this process, which was amazing, and they certainly did that. So the community actually were able to come together and formulate how they would like to be consulted with the documents. So that was a really good outcome, and the engagement team were superb in that. So thank you very much, staff. That was very much appreciated. So we would like to put forward that the pressure wastewater system is what we have supported the council, the staff and their recommendations there. I'd just like to highlight some of the things in our report. I don't want to go through everything because there's quite a lot going on, but just to show you some pictures that we have today. Thank you, Jo. She's been amazing putting this all together for us. The staff have done a wonderful job for the new Brighton Library. It's been shut for 6 months, and they had to relocate from the library and pack and sort what they were actually going to take to another location so that they could keep this service going. So the logistics around that would I just can't begin to imagine. So fantastic effort by the staff, and the pier repairs have also underway, and they'll be completed approximately in a year's time, we believe. Again, the Haiata Community Campus, you can see up there, they had their official opening last week, and it was a privilege for us to be able to have a tour through and watch the students really being engaged and enjoying and being excited about learning. And of course the starting roll exceeded the school's expectations. I think they had a couple of hundred more than they anticipated, so well done to them. We wish them all the best. So at the moment the Coastal Burwood Ward is probably in a holding pattern. We've got the decisions to be made by Regen and DCL, issues like that, but the community is well and alive and able to enjoy a whole lot of community events. So we've got some of those up here, and as you can see, one of the events that unfortunately we had to postpone was our bus tour. So here's the invitation again on the 19th of April, and we have got a nice picture up there for you to see. We're going to squash you into a bus and give you a whole lot of fun. Be here or be square is basically yeah. I'll let you decide who the driver's going to be, have a bit of fun with that, but come over and see what's happening on our side of town, or what's not happening perhaps in some cases. So that's that. Also up there you can see that I Love New Brighton was held on Waitangi Day. We had 5,000 to 6,000 people there at Thompson Park. It was absolutely awesome. Top left corner. So that was just amazing to the staff and all the community groups that were involved there. We also had recently, as you can see in the bottom right, the Kathmandu Coast to Coast. This is, as you know, is an international event, and it brings great publicity to not just New Brighton, but also to our city. So, and it was really great to see. I was one of the participants, I wasn't in the actual race, no, so one of the participants on the sideline, really encouraging everybody along the way, and just to see the community get out and have little parties along the road was absolutely fantastic. Next slide, thank you. We have the Parklands at Play. We did on the in February there. The weather was a bit against us, you see at the top, but it was lovely. The kids still had fun, again celebrating everything that Parklands has to offer. Also, a very exciting event that happened recently on the bottom there was the Children's Day, which what was unique about this was it happened to be held in the red zone. And it was unreal because there were apparently 10,000 people turned up for this. It was absolutely amazing. And for that event to actually be organised, it required 200 volunteers, and a lot of the schools and community participated in that. So big ups to the schools and those that got involved there. They had a lot of fun. So just amazing to see the red zone being used in this capacity. Also, there's going to be, following this very closely on the 18th of March, the Polyfest, which is the Polynesian festival. And that's 20 Christchurch secondary schools coming together to put on something there also in the red zone on the same spot. And people travel all over the South Island to watch their families in school there do their thing. Also, we had the privilege of having the South Shore had a privilege of having a student volunteer army come out and help spruce up the place, and as you can see there, they're getting stuck into it, and I think, Leanne, you even got your gumboots on, did you? Yep. A few other people, so that was awesome.
I'm an expert at concreting now.
Oh, well done.
I'm following in a proud tradition of mayors in New Zealand.
Yeah, there you go. Very impressed.
I only poured in the water, you know. It was literally.
I'm glad. I'll come to you for some tips then. There were over 1,000 people that volunteered that day to give that community in South Shore, South Brighton, a real boost, and they did the tracks and the repairs and installed bench seats and what have you. So really a big, huge thank you to the Student Army for getting involved there, and the Community Board are going to officially thank them on our behalf. Also, the other thing that was really exciting was an event called X-Race, which is where an adult and a child come together and they do physical and mental challenges together, working as a team. And, you know, when you look up their webpage and you see what it's all about, I tell you, you've got kids, this is really something to get involved in. It's a national event that's held around the place. So great family event there. So it's very exciting that New Brighton is able to hold all these events for the city to bring attention to us. So some of the issues that we're facing at the moment, as was being mentioned this morning, is the levels of service, but we're working with the board on this, and the staff are being amazing. And as you can see up the top there, one of the first things that's been implemented, we have a 3-month trial for the smart bins. So one of those is a recycle bin and the other one is for waste. So we're really excited to see how that's going down there at the whale pool after 3 months, and hopefully it can be extended to other areas of the city very shortly. The other probably issues that are still very much in the fore of people's minds around uncertainty is the natural hazards, especially in the South Shore and South New Brighton, so those things are a real concern for the people in our area we need to be working on. And the Community Board and the governance staff are also reviewing community response plans as part of the development of the Community Board plan. Also, we've just got to acknowledge the Red Zone, the work that Regenerate Christchurch is doing for the Red Zone areas there in the consultation process that's going out at the moment to get people involved in the Regenerate Reference and Advisory Group. So nominations for that close on the 12th of March. But a big thank you to Regenerate Christchurch and their team and everything that they're doing there. We also have Greater New Brighton Regeneration that Development Christchurch are heading there. Part of that is they've got a Creating Momentum Fund, which is empowering some of the community with their ideas. So that's an exciting initiative they've got up and going there. Also, you will see that we've got the first sign gone in, just an indicator to the community that things are actually going to be starting with the whale pool revamp there, so that's very exciting. So again, a huge thank you to Development Christchurch for all their work that they're doing. A lot of it to date has been behind the scenes, but certainly we're going to start seeing things come to the fore. So great to be able to see some action coming there. Some of the other issues we've got there, we've just got that poor old South Brighton boardwalk there that you can see how it was on the right and how it is after the earthquake there in 6 years of just sitting there So that's something that's very dear to our heart. The Community Board have asked for the staff to come back with options of repair for that and some costings. The up and coming events that just can't be missed is, we've got 3 big ones coming up, is the New Brighton Surf Life Saving Championships. 1,500 athletes will be coming into the area on the 16th and 19th of March. And we've also got the Ray White New Brighton Duke Festival of Surfing, which is going to overlap with the Surf Life Saving, but that's great because they all love each other. So they're all going to share the beach, which is really exciting. But actually, when I looked at that picture up the top right there, I thought it looked a little bit like Aaron Kewen in Another Life, doing a hang 5 there on the surfboard. So, yeah.
So that's me bottom right.
My apologies, Aaron.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
You've got to be dreaming.
So the Duke Festival, we'll just say it's going over a 9-day period. I've got a poster here. It's a massive event. It's so professionally been organised. It's 4-day surf competition, outdoor surfing movie night, one for the kids, one for the adults. You don't have to be a surfer to enjoy this whole thing. There's a rock concert, surfboard exhibition, and surf and beach art. Now, the art gallery that they had in the Art for Sale was absolutely outstanding last year, so check that out, come and have a look. Also, part of that is going to be the Jam New Brighton Youth Music. They get youth on the stage. It's the opportunity for them in a non-competitive way to get used to a stage and to show their talent, and this is just amazing. So if you've got children and your community's got children where they want to, they love music, get them down there to see what can be done. They'll be encouraged and inspired. The other thing that we have going on on the 22nd of March is a Dune Restoration Trust Conference, and there is a free evening for the community for their engagement in a seminar. So that is going to be held at the New Brighton Club, and that is it from us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Ray?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, it's fantastic seeing these community reports. There's so much going on. It's very exciting. The one question, the boardwalk, I mean, this is something we talked about at the Volunteer Army some years ago, that's the type of project that could be completed by the SVA. And even the Engineering Society. So in terms of labour and even potentially design, that could save a huge amount of money, and it's something that's fairly low impact in terms of health and safety issues. So that's something that I would, if I was you, I'd start talking to the university about that now, because you could have 1,000, 1,500 people out there building that thing very quickly.
That's exactly what the board have asked to come back to look at a variety of options that include community and other groups actually doing it. I mean, the cost that came back from estimation was $900,000, which is about $40,000 a metre.
That's ridiculous.
And we have an insurance budget of $300,000. So,
but actually, it fits. It actually helps them as well, because it can be a project they can do. I mean, there's a lot of education to come out of that.
Well, they did the entire circuit for the South Shore Spit last Saturday. And they did all of the weeding as well, so they got rid of all of the noxious weeds, and they did the picnic area, which, I mean, it was extraordinary. But when you have 1,000 people front up, it's that many hands make light work.
It is, and it's a great working opportunity as well.
It's a great opportunity, and look, they loved it. And then there was a concert afterwards, so people had a great time. And I've got new next best friends now as a result of going down. And it was just great fun. Yeah. So and I forced our wonderful park ranger to go on television, because he didn't want. No, I'm not going to go on television. So I told the TV1 cameraman that he was instructed by the media to go on television, because he had a much better story to tell than I could tell. And he basically said, I can go on holiday now, because this is done months of work, all done in one morning. Yes. They got it done by 1 o'clock. It was amazing. So
that's a
this would be a fantastic project for that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great idea.
Yeah, Yanni.
Yeah, just on a similar note, I don't know if you saw the article on the Westport and the bike path that they'd put in there with the community. So I'm all for the student volunteer army doing it, but I also think it's really important to involve local communities as well and local businesses.
Yeah,
so
but if you get
it'd be
750
great.
students, you can
Yeah,
add a
so-
few community members, and
I mean-
you've suddenly got over 1,000 people.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
wonder maybe we should think about inviting, if they're in town, the people from the Westport to kind of just talk through what they've done, because it's a pretty extraordinary story.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, great.
Glenn?
Mentioned Mike there, but it's more, there's 300,000 in the budget, so I think we can build it to budget with a lot of good pro bono. But just wanted to acknowledge Mike Burke here, because we, last time I saw Mike, I think, was that fairly direct meeting that we had at Brooklands over the pressure wastewater system, and it really is quite a turnaround from other experiences that we've had over that system. And I think a lot of it began with that meeting which you attended, Kim, you first, where I think we had to work really hard and dig pretty deep, but we found a way to ensure that the community had kind of first dibs at how we actually went about the
engagement
communication. And that's
consultation,
hard work, and people have to really try and rise above things, but it was a pretty full-on meeting, but I think we got there.
Yeah, definitely. Dion, then Phil.
Awesome report. Love seeing what's going on out there. Actually, it is really good. But you did touch on something that I just want to understand from maybe what the board are doing around what you said with South Shore and South New Brighton area with the flooding and some of the work that's going on there. The temporary stock banks and other works. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the board is doing and what they're looking at there? Because there is a big issue, and we do need to start thinking about it.
It is a big issue. We know that the community have come together to put something as a proposal to the community board, so we're waiting for that response. There's a great concern there, these issues. Also, I think when it comes to the flooding, we're waiting for the peer review of the Tonkin and Taylor report, and also just perhaps we're needing to also find out from staff where we're at with the estuary edge, because that has great significance on the flooding in the area. So there are those things. The stock banks there, we understand that there is some strengthening going on there. So yeah, we're encouraged that it's not forgotten, but we need to keep on to that. Yeah. Not too sure. They're just getting the community consultation. The community are consulting the community on that, so it'll be coming to us as soon as they've got it ready. It should be.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Yeah, it's good to see that you're on top of it, at least in that respect, because it is something that
it's a huge issue, and
bothers
we're
me.
definitely having to get some resolve here very quickly.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Phil and Pauline.
Thanks, Kim. It's a very impressive report. So much really actively happening, and I think 1,000 volunteers coming out and doing the track work with a student volunteer. That's stunning. My question is really, you referred to the community response plan, the need for that. So is that something that the board would, in terms of the engagement for that, is that an area that the board is leading or will lead in the future too?
We've had some workshops on that, so whether you want to speak a little bit to that, Joe, but we have actually had some workshops on that, and a very strong indication from community, of course, because the evacuation of the on that night of the earthquake and the tsunami warning issues and all those dynamics around that. Community are wanting answers and answers soon. A lot of our community do actually have their own resilience plans for evacuation, but we're needing to have that cohesive approach, and the community board want to be leading in that. We are aware that the council are also doing their own investigations and just debriefing and looking back in hindsight on certain issues. So we're waiting for that report to come back to us as well. But we are having other workshops to further a plan.
Great. We'll be interested to hear the outcomes of
Yeah,
those.
thank you.
Thank you.
That's actually really good to hear, because the review that the council's doing is just to look at what happened and but the solution for evacuating that number of people, depending on, I have a view about whether we should sound sirens for a close proximity earthquake, or whether, because, I've got a view about the sirens, so it's different from the council that made the decision to put them in the first place. So, we test the sirens, but we don't test the community's readiness for evacuation, and we don't ask the community to think about who their neighbours are that might need to be evacuated. And if we reduce the number of cars on the road for an evacuation, if we need to evacuate, then you wouldn't have every household on their own. So I think the community itself is going to have a serious conversation, but it's a series of communities, a series of exits, and a series that have to be managed in different ways, because there's somebody's going to have to be authorised to direct traffic until the police arrive, and they can only be one way. And then what do you do with people who've got something on the other side of the bridge and they haven't been home when the siren's called? So all of those things need to be worked out and worked through, but there isn't a template for a coastline the scale of the numbers of people that we've got and bordered by a river. There isn't. I've looked around, you know, the rest of the South Island. There's nothing like Christchurch's coastline. Anyway, there's a lot of work to be done, but it's each community by community needs to do that work. So I'm really pleased to hear that the community board want to lead that.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
So, Pauline.
Thanks, fantastic report, and it's just so heartening to see, as Rev said, everything happening out there. And you know, we hear a lot of, you know, gripes from New Brighton, but you've given us another whole perspective on it today, and it's so exciting. Thank you. Just on that, the Belfast Community Network are working on a civil defence plan, and I think they're working with Coastal Ward now. Is that correct?
Belfast.
I'm sure I read
Sorry, I
something.
don't.
Might
haven't
pay
heard
to look
that.
into
Sorry.
that, because
Yes,
I'm pretty
yes.
sure I think they're hooking up. But my question is, the Coastal June seminar, can you just give me a little bit more detail on what that's actually about and the purpose of it, please?
Can we distribute some information around?
Yeah, I've just picked up the link to it.
That'd be great.
And it clashes with something that Vicky's organising.
It's about a 4 or 5 day
so
seminar.
I'm just going to ask you what time I can get away from that.
There's a 4 or 5 day conference, but the seminar for the community is just a free seminar for the community is at night.
And there's a whole conference?
There's a whole conference. It's the national conference for June restoration.
Yeah.
And so where's the conference going to be?
At the New Brighton.
Look, I've got the link to it. I'll send it to you now.
Thank you.
So that's exactly what I was looking up, because I thought that sounded excellent and extremely interesting. So I'll circulate it to everyone. Coastal Dunes.
Thank you.
All right. And Vicky.
Just 2 things. One, conservation volunteers on any projects. I'll send you their details if you like.
Thank you.
But just a question. You mentioned Polyfest about to happen. I can't find dates or anything.
18th of March, I think. Saturday, 18th of March.
In the same place as the Children's Festival.
That's correct.
Children's Day. Awesome. Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I'll just say about Children's Day, I think, because there was a bit of stuff in the media around whether we should be using, you know, Hagley Park versus the red zone, because I've been of the view, as others have been, that the red zone needs to be opened up to the people. Christchurch, they need to re-engage with it, and holding events there is an exceptionally good idea. I thought it was the best venue for Children's Day ever. It really was perfect. You know, it had plenty of room for people, plenty of room for parking. It just had everything going for it. Lots of trees that people could sit under. People were spread around. There were lots of activities. I just thought it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Brian Fairburn, who maintains that, is thrilled with the way it was left.
Well,
so
they did an extra special job, and actually I paid tribute to them in my speech, because I said, you know, that the people that have been caring for the area actually put in an extra effort beforehand, and I think that really encouraged people to make an extra effort in
he wants
leaving
more
it.
green bins, hint, hint, but I can't seem to make headway anyway. I'll just slip that one.
Making a note there, somebody? Yes, Dave's taken it on.
He's making a great job.
He's making a great job, and it's community-led. Yeah, it's great. All right, well, look, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I guess that Glenn and Dave would like to move and second the report. Yeah, we're going to get to them. I said I would do them immediately afterwards. Yep. They're separate papers. Yep. So So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And we move straight on to past all of these open minutes, to Hayata Community Campus School Speed Zone. And I don't know if has anyone got any questions on it? So,
I'm really supportive of it, but I just wanted to know from staff. I don't know if there's any stuff here. Just
yeah, well, that's what I'm going to ask for. Is I'm going to ask for staff. That's why I asked if there were any questions. So, who's speaking to the this one? Yeah. Okay. So, question.
Oh, it's just a high-level question, but you'll see that we've got a number of school speed zone reports coming through, and we've had other requests from other communities for them, but they haven't generated a report. So I was just trying to understand, big picture, what the process is for schools to actually request a speed zone and how it generates a report.
Is that absolutely necessary for the consideration of this report? Because this is revoking speed zones. It's a co-location of schools onto one site. So there were speed zones that existed around some of the schools, and they're moving now to co-locate with the site.
You know, I understand that.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Yeah, I'm happy just to get a memo back. But it's just, obviously, we've got the petition from our board coming up.
Yeah.
And we've got to respond. And we've got about, I think, 3 or 4 speed
Yeah,
zone
but we
reports.
don't need to respond to the petition today. We need to respond by getting a report. So if staff could circulate to all councillors and to the community boards the process for prioritising, well, what are the prioritisation? We're going to say this in the petition anyway. So the process for prioritising and who and how we prioritise these school zones, because there's 3 per year or something. So I mean, we may need to make a decision in the LTP to put more money on budget to get the lot done. So
it was raised at a previous meeting, and we also talked about the change of technologies and things that are appropriate. So it maybe also needed to upgrade that policy with modern practice. So
exactly.
I think we talked about it a couple of meetings ago. So that work's been done.
Right, but could you circulate it in the meantime what the process is? Tim, did you have a question?
Just
about this one?
Well, I think Yanni is quite right in the sense that we only have 3 or a number per year, per season, and everyone's wards have issues around schools. So does this push the 3 back, or is this an extra? So the 3 top ones next in the list, are they being pushed down one because of this as a priority?
There will be a certain amount of budget which will enable us to go, depends on how much they variously cost, obviously. I would have to get some advice on what were the priorities, but this one obviously has had quite a significant change from where it was.
Absolutely.
So it has to respond far better to do it when it's a new school rather than to let it peter on and then try and retrofit it.
Is there a difference in cost associated with moving a speed zone that already exists in the general area? You know, like is some of the infrastructure costs already catered for in the existing infrastructure that just gets moved? Is that the point?
Yeah, it is. We can, if it's applicable technology or science, whatever, we will reuse what we can. And even if we can't, we would actually reuse that stuff elsewhere.
But maybe it's not. It's still 62,000.
I guess that there's now, if this kind of jumps in the list, there's one school that's going to be waiting another year, and it's already been. We have a list, obviously, of priorities of schools. So therefore, this has a perceived concern, whereas as the other schools do, and there's no question of that. But I'm just thinking, you know, what's the process? Because obviously we've got a new school, there's going to be new pressure, therefore it takes priority over schools that have already been identified in the list of schools.
No, but these ones already have them. That's the thing, but they're moving.
But there's a cost into the budget, which is
Yes, but you're assuming that they don't have priority because...
Well, that's what I've asked, and well, they do have, the ones that are on the top 3 next schools on the list for speed zones have a priority, and there is a system for that. So is this the same budget or not?
It might change the priority.
This is effectively 4 schools now.
Okay, so can we...
That's sort of a...
No, but it's not, but do we have the budget for 3 schools?
If the questions can't be answered, then we're going to have to defer the report.
Okay, well, if you leave it on the table, we'll come back with that list. We are working with the Ministry of Education around the priorities of where we see the biggest bang for our buck is. So basically, as schools change, and this is a change school, they have to lift the list. But we are working very closely with the Ministry of Education on where those priorities at a Christchurch
Okay, this one and the next one are both moved sites. They're both moved sites. So can you come back before we close off this section of the meeting and tell us whether any other schools are being pushed down the list as a result of these decisions? All right.
Could I ask how much, if at all, this is going to hold this up? Is certain social drivers
dealt with this meeting. It'll be dealt with today.
Yep.
So I've asked them to come back with the specific answer to the question. Yep. I'm happy to vote for both of these, regardless. So I'm going to put the
Well, I am too,
question.
but I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
That's a fair question.
Yeah, it is a fair question.
Can I just check one other question when you come back? Is there any requirement for the schools to contribute?
The Ministry of Education.
Ministry? I mean, I know like Hayata costs 300 million to build.
Not to our understanding. So, but again, Ryan will be able to clarify that when he comes. We'll get down and he can do both those reports together.
Brilliant. Okay. Thanks very much. Residential red zone provision of wastewater and horizontal infrastructure update. Item 8 on the agenda. Sorry? We've got staff here for that. And so are there any questions on this? You'd like to move it? David, seconded Glenn. Any discussion? Yes, you can.
Look, this has been a very intense subject, and I really would just like to go on public record and just acknowledge our engagement staff for the work that was done in this area. It was absolutely superb and did defuse a lot of unnecessary angst in the community, and the outcomes that engagement resolved were absolutely outstanding. So I'd just like to make that point.
Great. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Do you feel sufficiently grilled? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the Fendleton Waimairi Harewood Community Board. David. Good morning.
In the interest of saving time, I'll take the report as read, but I will just bring out point 4, the Part A's, and one significant community issue. Part A's are obviously the roads of national significance, downstream safety improvements, the Oldhurst 4.2, the Oldhurst School Model School, speed zone, and the future of the old Bishopdale Community Centre. And just actually 2 notes. The Bishopdale Library that continues to be built, looking for an opening early June, maybe July. And then other significant community issue is our Breens Road, Harewood Road intersection, which has obviously been referred back to the ward, which we will move on. We'll continue to investigate how we can put some lights in.
Excellent. Right.
Any questions?
Ben.
Oh, thank you. Just reading about the barbecue offer there. How many objections did you actually have to
there was one community group which has, off the top of my head, a membership of around 600, which was the Burnside, Avonhead Community Group, plus there was a number of other individual objections.
Okay. So you decided to back away?
Indeed.
All right.
Pauline?
Yeah, thank you. Just a question on the Aberley Park upgrade. You've got it coming back to your board on the 13th of March, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Is there any concern that that you're just responding to one small group on this, and that there may be a need to open it up for full consultation again, and thus delay the
It's currently under review, and it would be inappropriate to comment at this time.
So your decision on that day, will you be in responding to the small group that comes? Or
Once all the information's on the table, I'll be happy to make a comment.
Right. And has it been delayed so far?
Not that there's some more investigation being done. The equipment was purchased at the start of the year, and it was, before it came to our table, had already been delayed for approximately 3 months.
Just in the purchase of the equipment?
Equipment was purchased some time ago, is my understanding.
Right. And is it proposed to change any of the equipment that was signed off by the
Again, it's all under review at the moment. It would be, I can't comment.
But have the people who came to the deputation requested that some of the equipment be
there's been requests from changing of its footplate, from its equipment use, from its location, but at the moment it's under review, and I'm not prepared to comment.
Okay, so I've just, because in the report it states minor changes, but what you're telling us sounds to me like
I hear what
major.
you're trying to ask me, and I'll just reiterate, I'm not prepared to comment at this time.
You know, that's all right. You are commenting,
Yep.
and that's fine. But I just want to reiterate to the other councillors that the Shirley Papanui board had a very robust consultation on this, and the compromises there, we did reduce the footprint considerably, and altered the playground equipment and the location of it. And so I just really am concerned that this is going to actually blow up into a full consultation again, and thus delay the whole project. And the reason for it is because the existing equipment is actually beyond its use by date and safety requirements, so we really do need to get on with that.
Noted.
Ref?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment on that. I mean, this and the barbecue issue revealed some, I guess, problems with the consultation process. We don't always flush out all the views in the community, and that is something that we need to think about.
Point of...
I'm speaking.
Wait.
I'm speaking. This is our community board stuff.
I mean,
we discussed this.
If you went down that track,
board.
that was what was going to happen.
Exactly. So look, nothing is changing about the equipment, because that would involve new consultation. What staff and a council member and community board member have done is work with the group who have had some concerns about it to see if it is possible to reduce the footprint. That's all. But it will stay within the resolution around the equipment, because that was the consultation process. What it shows is that sometimes we don't always capture all the feedback, and we have to be open in working with communities to get an outcome that suits everyone. So nothing is going to change from the original approach around the equipment. There just might be some modification around the footprint. So hopefully everyone will get what they're looking for.
Okay, so we're asking for some advice to support council in these issues in relation to the legality of changing decisions. Especially when it's simply a boundary change has taken it away from one community board and put it in another. So there's still a bit more water to go under the bridge with the whole thing, but it's good to have that clarification. Mike?
Sorry,
do you want to change the subject or
No, I just want to comment on that, because I actually find the comments regarding the consultation really disrespectful for the last community board and staff.
That is the trouble.
That worked on it.
That is the trouble.
We went through a huge consultation period, and a lot of people submitted on this, and there was a lot more in favour of the design, and a lot of changes were done to the design. So it is a little bit disappointing for the community board to hear this come back up for discussion, with one group actually chasing this argument, and for the new Whenelton Waimari Harewood board to respond to that without actually realising all the work that we had previously done and all the people that were in support of the actual project and the work that had changed to it. So it is disappointing to hear those comments from you.
Yeah.
respond
well,
to that. We do have
I
to.
actually don't want to start this debate,
Well,
and
we have
didn't
to respond
want
to community concerns. That's our job. If someone turns up at your community board and makes
Yes, I
a
know, but-
representation on
but-
behalf of the
but-
same
hang
people,
on,
take
hang
it
on,
seriously.
Playing you off.
Right, I'm now
They're playing you
going
off.
to end this.
exactly,
But the trouble is that, you know, when you ask a question of a chair and then extrapolate on that, then somebody is going to reply, and somebody is then going to reply. So we're not doing ourselves any service by having this conversation without having the benefit of advice. And we have asked for advice on the whole question. You know, and it has shifted from one board, it's simply a street, you know, and to be blunt, you know, I was surprised that Aberley Park was in Fendleton. You know, it's just, it's a crazy boundary. But we are going to look at the boundaries of the wards again, and the reason that we're doing that is part of the representation review, and they won't change until after the next election, but the next election should be changed to new boundaries, which will have an even spread. So you won't have 3 wards in one board and area and 2 wards in another board area. It's the disproportionate effect of the 3 and the 2 that doesn't work. So we need to actually redo the boundaries and get them so that they're even. And it may well be that 5 wards within the city and the 1 out on the boundary could produce the numbers that we need. So but that's work to be done, and the staff are really excited about doing another representation review. Just a joke.
Criticism.
I
of the
don't
process
want
of
you
Shirley
to
Papanui.
resent it here.
But I
right
wanted
now,
to say that because it
that's
was
fine.
robust.
That's fine. You will invite a response. Can we just talk about anything else that you'd like to raise?
This weekend, everybody's invited along to the Culture Galore,
Yes,
which is in the
excellent.
Raveley
What a good
Park.
thing to raise.
Starts at 12. I think it finishes at 4 or 4:30, and hopefully the weather's fine and we'll have a great day.
Yeah, no,
It'd be great
Culture
to see it
Galore
very
is
long.
Culture Galore is a fantastic event, and it's is it sponsored by your ward alone now, or is it still
Historically,
in?
it has had wiggle
It's still in conjunction
Yeah,
with
I don't think
Rickerton.
it's a 50-50 split, but I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
Yeah.
We're slightly
All right.
more, but
Well, I think it's a fantastic initiative, and the fact that it's been going for so long, and the fact that it's 2 community boards coming together to help fund.
Thank you.
It's great. Yanni.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about, I saw it in your report that you've approached DCL around Bishopdale Mall, and I was just quite keen to sort of understand how that's working, if you feel like you're getting the level of support that you require, and just kind of get a bit of an update about what sort of work you're doing with DCL over it.
Would be 2 weeks ago we received the report and approved the disposal or of the sale of the old library, which will be demolished. That's as far as it's got. The land and the use of the land going forward, my understanding is it's still in question. Whether it will be for a commercial use into a park, that is yet to be decided.
Oh, sorry, this was around the idea of working with Development Christchurch over...
Oh, sorry, for the mall itself as opposed to the old library?
Yeah,
No,
I wasn't quite
sorry.
sure, but it seemed like it goes together quite nicely.
It's working well. My understanding is that there's a very engaged group of retailers there who are keen to see that part of town or that part of our community succeed. Part of that will obviously be pinned with the new library which is going in there. It would be interesting to try and get the buses to go back into that part of town. Currently they avoid that area. It has a long-term future, and we would like to support it in everything it can do.
Okay, thanks.
You don't have a bus service to...
No, it goes down Greers Road, cuts in through there.
We've had this conversation with ECAN on numerous occasions. I mean, just to follow up Yanni's questions, yes, we have spoken to DCL about the regeneration of Bishopdale Mall, and it's due for regeneration. The opening up of this site, once it's demolished, obviously will become part of that conversation. What actually happens is, once it has been demolished, it will come back to the Community Board, because it has to under the Reserves Act or whatever, and the Community Board can discuss the disposal aspects of it. But I think we will do that in conjunction with the local business community and the local community about actually what do we want for Bishopdale more in the future, and actually, where the transport piece fits into that.
Yeah. I hate the roundabout.
Yeah, but it's on the back of a very significant piece of state housing and older people, so it'd be great to...
I mean, the population's really grown out there.
Yeah, I know, and there's a lot more development happening out there as well, tucked in behind.
On the low water rate in local streams, you're planning a public meeting.
Yes.
So when that, would it be possible to circulate that invitation to
Sure
the
thing.
councillors?
Yep,
That'd be
yep.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so I would guess that Aaron and Raf would like to move and second the report. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
And we'll now move on to their Part A, which is Part A's, plural, roads of national significance, downstream safety improvements, Sawyers Arm pedestrian crossing points. That looks like that was not a unanimously held view. Have I read that right? Do we need staff here for this one? No questions? We've got staff here if there are any questions. All right, would someone like...
Might like to comment on the process that got us here.
I mean, this is another example, I guess, of the conversation we need to have around road safety. The proposal that we're coming with here is for a signalised crossing, which is probably twice the cost of a zebra crossing, and it's primarily for school kids crossing the road. They tend to cross it 2 times a day, which is morning and evening, and we felt probably that a zebra crossing, Kia manned crossing would be better. The NZTA regulations, in terms of the amount of traffic going down that road, suggest that that wouldn't be safe enough. And so we've come up with this signalised crossing. So that's what we're approving. But I think, this is a conversation that we do need to have, maybe with NZTA, and reviewing what we think is safe and what isn't. Because it's not always just about the traffic flow. It's also about who's using it, when they're using it, and how much traffic goes across that road. So, it's and it's expensive. I mean, the original budget for this was over $500,000. The actual budgeted cost now is $250,000. That's a lot of money just for a little crossing. So that's something that we do want to have a look at as well. But I think there needs to be a general conversation for all of us about all this traffic safety business.
Tim?
Because generally, if it's a school crossing, when they cross, it is staffed by parents but I mean,
teachers.
Is that taken in by NZTA? Because
it's to do with the amount of traffic on the road. That's the problem, as opposed to for twice a day you can have a manned crossing.
But isn't it the question? The question to the final answer would be, how is it managed? Because if it is just a crossing, anyone could get hit at any time during the day. But if it is a managed crossing at the crucial times for schools,
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it won't be used the rest of the day. Yeah, David.
I think there's 2 things. The zebra crossing, people are really going away from them because they give people a false sense of security. You do have the right of way to walk on that, but in actual fact, so you would see a trend away from zebra crossings probably. Secondly, that there's no mandate for the school necessarily to man that in that time. Now that's their choice, and they do have, some schools are very proactive. I don't know in this particular case how many other pedestrian crossings they've got. Have they got enough people to do it? So that's the other issue. There is no mandate that they have to have a school patrol out there, my understanding. So those are the 2 kind of criteria coming. And I suppose what's trying to recommend is what's become practice across New Zealand.
Yanni?
2 questions. The first was, how does this rate in terms of priority for dangerous intersections or safety improvements? Well, it's
not an intersection.
It's Cotswold. Yeah, it's a crossing. Yeah. So in terms of the stretch of road, in terms of like the idea that we spend the money here, how do we know that this is like the top priority for us compared to say like the other ones that we got sent through the other day?
It's not their intersection.
No, I know that, but
this is not an intersection.
It's a safety improvement. It's a safety improvement for the school. which costs a lot of money. Right. So, and then, right, okay. So, and then the second question was just in terms of the number of signals that are going in. Do we know how many are going in? I've just been concerned at the number of signals that we are putting into some of our, crossings. So,
but these ones only go red when somebody pushes a button.
Yeah.
So that it's not a set of traffic lights.
Okay.
It is a signalised traffic.
Yep, no, I understand that. So there'll just be two, basically. And, I mean, there has been some feedback to me that some of these on-demand crossings tend to get triggered when there's actually no one crossing. I think Hagley Ave.
On the map.
No, this doesn't.
Yeah, that's the other way. The on-demand ones, you have to stand on the pad or they don't go.
Right. So the one down, like, Dean's Ave, for the cyclists to go across, it shouldn't be being triggered unless someone's on it.
I think you'll find some of them get triggered and then the person decides to go through the traffic before they go, and then they will go. That's what normally happens, and I must admit I'm guilty of that. Suddenly there's no traffic coming, it'll shut the road, I'm already across the street. So, I won't do it anymore, Aaron, I'm sorry.
Right.
If there's an issue with Hagley Ave, I'll check that separately as a separate issue.
Yeah. So, are there any other questions on this one, Andrew?
So given the conversation that we've just had, I'm very aware obviously of the puffin crossings and the way that they work, because we're having one of those installed on Norwich Quay in Littleton. Was consideration given for a smart puffin crossing on this road to get around some of the issues that have just been raised?
Stop saying puffin.
What's a smart puffin crossing?
All options were considered, including a quay crossing, a zebra crossing, but they were ruled out because of the volume of traffic going down this road and the type of traffic going down this road and the design standards relating to that.
Right. So,
can I just comment on it, Madam Chair?
Do you want to move it? Or?
Yeah, more than happy to move it.
Right.
Because of the board's robust debate and the concern over the cost, we had a deputation around the cost that it was so high. And once we drilled into it, we found out the actual cost was less than half of what was on the budget, which raised concerns around the board of how that had come about. And then, because we are so responsible, we also took out of the LTP another signalised intersection, which is scheduled 50 metres away from where this crossing is, because we just could not handle the double up of two intersections. And Sawyers Arms Road does have less traffic volume than Harewood Road, and there's no crossings there that are signalised. Yeah, it does. Show you the number.
We got the count. Have we got the counts for Harewood versus Sawyers Arms? I mean, the traffic volumes
Not
down
here.
Sawyers Arms, I mean, it relates to getting to the airport, obviously, and getting onto Johns Road. But,
Yeah. I know they were, I'm pretty sure they were in the report that went to the community board. But I
Got them
haven't
in front of me.
online.
2013 Harewood Road is 15,227. 2013 Sawyers Arms Road is 9,427. And in the projected modelling,
What year?
Sawyers Arms goes up to, by 2021, 11,963. 2031, 12,089. And Harewood Road at the same time is 15,227, 13. So they've got Harewood Road reducing, but it still stays more than Sawyers Arms.
sorry, I'm trying to find it on the report. No, I don't want to read it on your
Won't be
phone.
in there. That's off the screen, so that's Harewood Road. Yeah, that's the numbers there. That's Sawyers Arms.
Are you seconding this?
Yeah, I just can't. No? You're not seconding it? You are? Mike?
Can I just make a note that obviously the Northern Corridor construction has started, which actually will increase heavy vehicles on Sawyers Arms Road as well by quite a lot.
I know.
Can I just ask a clarification of the comment that Councillor Kewen made around the cost? And I don't think there's any, we've been told it could be done for half the price. So do we need a resolution around that?
Oh, no, the community board's already.
It's already done.
Sorry. Just good to go.
The amounts in the budget? Yep. All right. All right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. The Yulthurst Model School Speed Zone, we better deal with that with the other one as well. And future of the old Bishopdale Community Centre and Library Building. Your move? Seconded, Aaron. Any discussion? Yes?
Just on the school speed zone, I would have brought it up on the other one.
No,
the cost.
We're deferring it to
Are you
later.
going to do it at the same time as the other?
As the other ones,
Okay.
yeah. Because then we'll have somebody here to answer all the questions.
Ryan's just getting all the information
Yep.
so we can deal with all of them, so it'll be...
Great, thank you. So I'll put the motion on this one. All those in favour say aye. Those,
Bishopdale.
yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask them to get to demolition.
Well, okay. Well, I did ask people if they wanted to ask any questions, and I did get a mover and a seconder, and I said any discussion. So,
Come on, yeah.
Well, I just
wanted to ask whether there was a process to look at the reusability of the materials as part of the demolition contract. So. That's got, if you guys don't.
Well, do you want a note from staff on that?
I'm happy to. I'm just worried in terms of how we demolish stuff, that we're actually using really good sustainability.
Quite often that's part of the contract, but yeah, Angus.
We haven't got to the stage of letting a contract that'll be run by Darren Moses' team, and that's general practice. If they think that is going to be cost effective and economic to do that, they will do it. But there's no decisions yet.
Okay. Thank you. Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board. Mike Mora.
Kia ora, Madam Mayor and councillors. And it's a great pleasure to have the second opportunity to present the new style report to the council and invite people along to our Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board bus tour on the 13th.
Yep,
Monday night. And we'll take you around our very, very fine ward.
I'll be there.
Thank you. We want to present to you the minutes of their December, January and February meetings. The part A in the report has already gone to the council at your previous meeting. That's on the proposed Hallsville area speed limit changes. Significant projects that we've got in initiatives in our ward are the Southwest Library Service Centre and Southwest Aquatic Centre, and we're very, very pleased to say that the consultation document has been drawn up and will be coming to our board on the 28th of this month, and then back to the council on the 6th of April, and then it can go live. Excuse me. So that's a very exciting step in the right direction. We're having a briefing on Tuesday, and then the report on the 28th. And then the report on the 28th. Sorry, I missed out the briefing. Thank you. Important. That's right. Thank you, Gary. So the next issue, or next exciting news, is the Riccarton Community Centre. The current forecast is for 2018 for the opening, and it was at a meeting on the December the 15th of December 2015, when our community board actually recommended the council proceed with that, with the final design and get the process up and running. And we just got a bit of a concern that there's a review of the specific functions of the centre, which is underway now. So we just don't want any hold-ups with this. We spent 2.5 years consulting, and we just want to get on with it. So we're very, very excited about that progressing as soon as possible. And we had a good briefing from staff on the Whoronui pool upgrade and update, and it's a significant asset to our community. It is a covered pool, and it's a coronation pool. It was built at the time of the coronation of our current Queen, and it's a facility that gets very, very well utilised, and we just want to make sure that that pool is retained once the new metropolitan pool is up and running. So that's a signal that our community and community board are sending. Hallsville Skate Park and Recreation Park, we're really, really pleased with that. We can do it in Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton successfully. So if other wards in the city are having problems with locations of skate parks, you can come and see us and we'll sort of help you through that. Don't want to mention the S word, no. So the infrastructure projects that are underway, as we're all well aware of the work that's happened in Riccarton Road, Deans Ave, and we're just looking forward to that infrastructure upgrade progressing in a timely fashion, and I was assured this morning that it is going according to the time frame, and really looking forward to the next stage of the Southern Arterial Motorway. Wow, is that going to make a difference? Wow, is that going to make a difference to the southwest of Christchurch when we haven't got all those vehicles coming through Hornby? Unless they want a McDonald's or a Carl's Jr. or to pop in to Pack and Save, they'll be able to, or Dressmart, they'll be able to just truck on through. So that'll be really, really exciting till they get to further into town anyway, where things start to get a bit clogged up like they do now. The Pound Road realignment is progressing really, really encouragingly. So, and the significant community issues are still the perceived antisocial behaviour of youth in Riccarton. I think it's probably more than perceived by some people. But anyway, that's an issue that we know there's steps in place, and there has been for quite a while, to actually remedy this situation. But unfortunately, there's still issues around that area, as there probably are in other parts of the city as well, unfortunately. So the other is the application for new liquor licences, and that's an issue that our community board and other community boards in the area no doubt are dealing with, and we're just putting out a plea for the local alcohol policy to be adopted as soon as we possibly can, to make our lives a lot easier, so we can get that more community input into that process.
I think the hearing date's been set to set in August.
2nd of August.
No, set in August.
Set
it's in August.
Not the horse's birthday.
It's in August.
Yeah.
In August, yeah. So we can't do anything until the hearing of the appeal.
Horses' birthdays, by the way, Councillor Cotter.
No, you don't need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the 2nd of August. The now, where are we? The community board significant matters of interest. I don't want to mention that because I think it's part of our RMA process now, so I don't really want to go down that track, other than to say that our City Council's newly adopted cultural strategy needs to be considered along with other RMA considerations. And dare I mention the next item of significant matters of interest is the issue of the Owaka pit continues to frustrate the board, and we still have been asking, their board put a notice of motion, we asked for a report to be done, and the report is around, and it has been around for quite some time, but our board have absolutely frustrated with the inability to actually see that report and to get any feedback from it. So that's an issue that we are a bit concerned about.
and we're going to have a workshop on the consultation document, as our board governance manager has just reinforced to me, on the 14th of March, and we're really looking forward to that. And I will give another plug for our dearly beloved Culture Galore this Saturday. So we'd like to see all of Christchurch there. We'd love to. Thank you. Unless there's any questions.
Very good. Questions? No, clearly a comprehensive report, and I think Vicky Buck would like to move that, and seconded by Anne Galloway, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan's here if you want to.
Well, no, I'll just, well, we've got other school speed zones to do, so let's just, before we do the school speed zones, because there's several others as well, we'll just carry on. So Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, and we just won't deal with your Part A straight after this. Sally, we won't deal with your Part A straight. I mean, you can talk to it, but we won't deal with it straight away, because we've got Ryan here, and he'll take us through all of the school speed zone papers and answer the questions that councillors have.
Thank you.
Yep. So, far away. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got Jake, my deputy here, and Shapai, our community board advisor. And thank you for inviting us. We've got two Part A items, and the first one was the lease from the Canterbury Horticultural Society to Canterbury Cricket Trust, and the community board provided comment on to the council on this. The second one was a petition to the board requesting that we establish school speed zones with flashing 40 kilometre hour outside St Anne's, Te Waka Unua and Linwood Ave schools, and this was signed by 1,759 people. And as a board, we felt this was a very pressing issue because of the volumes of traffic on Linwood Ave and Ferry Road. There are over 18,000 car movements on these roads, and there's a lot of businesses along there as well. The teachers that came along told us of the real need for this, and there had been several near misses of children crossing on Ferry Road, especially the teachers were there from. Linwood Ave School has a signalised crossing, but the other two schools don't have this, and they're both on Ferry Road. We would like council staff to bring us back a report which includes the priorities for all the 40 kilometre speed zones in the city, and look at how soon we could put a 40 kilometre speed zone, especially in Ferry Road for the two schools there. But we'll leave it for you to come back with the other things as well on those issues. In terms of our significant projects and initiatives, we've got the council's working with the community to design a new facility for Woolston Village to replace the earthquake damaged Woolston Volunteer Library at 689 Ferry Road, and that's a significant project for us. The other one, of course, is our most significant project, which is the Linwood Woolston Aquatic Facility. And thank you to the council for budgeting for this project and ensuring that this project will go ahead. We read in the paper this morning that you're looking at providing free swims for children under 16 years old, and we think that's a fantastic idea, and we're very supportive of that. But we realise that if you go ahead with it, it'll mean the existing pools will be really congested. So the sooner we get the Linwood Woolston Aquatic Facility up and running, the better. And so the action that we'd like to see from this project is that we'd like to be involved in the site selection process, and we don't know when this is happening. We'd like that to start as soon as possible. But we realise that this project hasn't yet got a project manager. And so we would like a project manager to be assigned as soon as possible to this project so we can get it on the move. I think you'll be looking to need it very quickly if you do the free swims. So I'd like feedback on when a project manager could be assigned to this project. significant community issues. We've got the intersection at St Andrews Hill and Bridle Path. The safety issues have been raised around this intersection since the reconstruction of Ferrymead Bridge, and we're now seeking feedback from the community on the alternative options for this intersection. Community Board significance matters of interest. We have the annual plan engagement and consultation, and as you can see there's several meetings going on. As well as this, we're having a presence at a lot of the events that we're having around our area just at the moment, with the Waltham Fair and the Woolston Gala. And we're also having our Garden Pride Awards coming up soon. The Sumner Skate Park has been on our agenda for quite some time, and we're still working on a temporary site for a skate park in Sumner, but we've also asked the staff to prepare a report on the suitable locations for a permanent skate park within the larger area, and that larger area extends from Ferrymead to Sumner. And there's been overwhelming community support for this recommendation. Another one where the board are concerned with the quality of repairs that Skirt are doing to the road carriageways and footpaths in our area. And the last thing I'd like to say is that we would like to thank the council and community governance team especially for all their work in the Port Hills fires. I think they did an amazing job, and you know, I can't thank them enough from our board for their work in that area. It was just, you know, they really come together. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Just commenting on the Part A recommendations, you've got 4.1. The board provided comment to the council on the assignment of lease from the Canterbury Horticultural Society to Canterbury Cricket Trust report that was presented to the council on 2nd of February. The council resolved the report recommendations which did not include the community board's feedback. I don't know whether you've caught up with the fact that Hands Off Hagley sent us all an email afterwards saying that they totally agreed with the decision that we made. So they thought that we'd made a really good decision. So I wasn't quite sure. There were two issues around environmental concerns and around resource consent, whether they were complying with the conditions, and that they were definitely responded to at the meeting, but they weren't relevant to the decision around whether the horticultural hall could be leased to the cricket club. So can you sort of advise on that?
We just offered comment at the time it came to the board, and
which we'd asked you to,
yeah,
but it was not going to be a recommendation. It was something for us to get your feedback, because there wasn't time for it to be a formal part of the decision making process.
We realised that when we provided the comment to you. Yeah.
But I just wanted to kind of reassure that we did.
Yeah.
And that Hands Off Hagley were very complimentary about the outcome.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that though, I don't think that last sentence is actually correct. Like, the community board feedback was reported to the council when it made its decision. So I think that sentence should be deleted from the record, because it's,
I didn't think it was accurate.
It's not accurate.
I was
as best I can tell.
surprised to see it there.
Okay. All right. No, sorry. Any other questions?
Just in terms of the request for a project manager for the Linwood Woolston pool, I mean, are we able to get a response to that?
Not right now.
No? Okay.
Could we have a response brought to our board?
Well, presumably your board has resolved that. No?
No, the board realises that we can't move until we get a project manager.
But how is the community board communicating that to the organisation? It's not a governance decision to appoint a project manager. It's a management decision. So how has the community board referred that to the management?
Come up through the advisor.
I'll get Shipai knows.
I think there's a staff report that is coming to the community board as part of the area reports to the next community board meeting, because at the last community board meeting, the community board requested that staff come back to them on the process of investigating a suitable site and also how we progress the discussion on the Linwood Woolston aquatic facility. And I think one of the requests had been that we start to engage with the community about matters to do with the Linwood Woolston aquatic facility, and the advice that we as staff gave to the board was we couldn't start engaging without knowing what the parameters of engagement are going to be.
Right.
Community customer group is meeting with City Services Group next week, and we have a project team working on planning out the timeline for the Linwood pool, and so we should be able to get traction quite quickly on that. So we'll be able to let the board know when a project manager is appointed within the next.
Thank you very much for that, Mary.
Excellent. All right. So Yanni, you'd like to move this report be received?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment, which was you'll see that we've had the Life Festival just this weekend, so just wanted to thank Youth Town have actually co-sponsored that with the community board, and just wanted to thank all the young people that were involved in putting on that event. It was a really fantastic day, and a lot of community groups came along and supported that as well. So for those that don't know, the Life Festival's been going, I think nearly about quite some time. I think maybe 15 years. Do you know Shipai? At least 15 years, and it's a very successful youth event that came through the young people wanting us to do something positive in Linwood. So so I just wanted to acknowledge the staff and the sponsors and the people that were involved in that event.
Very good. Sarah, you'd like to second that report? Right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you, Sally. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask what the process is to present the petition that we've got here?
Sorry?
The petition that we've got to present?
Oh, yeah, just...
What is the process?
You just table it.
Table it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're not going to deal with it right now, so...
So when do you want that table?
You need to accept
You can table it now, but just... Can you...
Yeah, so it's got to be accepted, so...
Yeah.
I think the petition's also included with RA.
Right.
I think you've already got it in your agenda.
We've got the wording of it. That's the actual petition.
I've got the, unless there's further signatures, I've got...
Unless there's further signatures, we've got a copy.
Well, that's the...
Yeah.
I've got that.
All right. Thank you. That's fine. So we're going to deal with the school zones at the end. Papanui Innes, Ali Jones.
Hi. We've got no Part A's, so I think as David did before me, we'll take the report as read, and I'll just raise a couple of the issues that you may be interested in. The big projects for us at the moment in the ward, the St Albans Community Centre rebuild, which is eagerly anticipated by those in the ward. We're keeping a very close eye on deadlines and timeframes. We're not builders or engineers or project managers, but we do think that at the moment the timeframes are a bit long. The rebuild is anticipated to start in August. We're pretty much there now going for resource consent, so we are a little unsure why those dates are quite stretched. The St Albans Park Pavilion and toilets, 5.3 in the agenda. Some information in that is not entirely correct. It's not remedial work for the buildings. It's in fact a rebuild of that pavilion building. That is our understanding. The grassed area of the park needs serious work as far as drainage goes, and returfing. That is to start in July on the 1st. And the only reason that hasn't started sooner is we're advised there is quite a fair bit of congestion in the tender market at the moment. So the staff have been ready to kick that off ASAP, but for that reason haven't been able to. That will take around a year, which will be disruptive for the community. It's a well-used park, but the staff have done some excellent work consulting on what the pavilion should be built to include. We all thought a kitchen might be good for, you know, a few sausage rolls and things at half time, but kitchens are not top of the list. It's toilets, storage, and we're hearing some changing area. So Pauline's whispering something to me and I can't hear, so you'll have to hold a sign up, Pauline. We're really looking forward to that because we've been dealing with a soggy, boggy, revolting turf park for nearly 6 years now. The Redwood Plunket Rooms, this is urgently needed as well, as we've mentioned in our annual plan submission. This building is going to be used primarily as a base for a community board funded social worker, and also funded through the Belfast Community Network. We are still seeing a huge amount of mental health and stress issues in our ward, particularly in those areas where there is clear deprivation, and in some of the areas that aren't so clearly deprived either. We know that there are social workers and community workers working in St Albans School, for example. So, and we help fund that as a board. We'd actually like the CDHB to front up and fund some of these a bit more, but as we're all hearing, they're pretty stretched as well right now. The construction that's going on in our ward with regards to the cycleways, as I'm sure you're all experiencing in your wards, is causing a bit of stress. I think our residents are being really, really patient around this. What I do think we need to do as a council and community board is communicate with our local media and with our community board members a lot more than we are. I have found out that we are doing 3 streams of work down Rutland Street at the moment. One is the stormwater and wastewater, the other is the fibre cabling going in with Enable, and thirdly is the cycleway development itself. Now, if each stream was done one at a time, it would take a heck of a lot longer, as I'm sure you can understand, and it would mean we're digging up things 2 or 3 times, which we don't want. And I think when this is communicated to residents, they are far more accepting and supportive of the disruption that they're having to deal with. So we are doing that through our Facebook pages and through emails and through forums like this. I think that is about all. The annual plan, look, to be frank, in the past we've often found at annual plan sessions there are more staff and elected members than there are members of the public. So we're bribing people with pizza, and we're hoping that that will help this year. No, I'm being facetious. We are inviting...
You're encouraging people with pizza.
Encouraging, bribe, tomato. So we are inviting principals, so we're going directly to schools in the ward, and we're going to residents' associations in the ward as well. On the 10th of April at the Papanui Innes boardroom, really just to see what the issues are, and we are aware of a lot of the issues because of people obviously coming to the board, and we're on the ground in our wards as well, and also putting forward the 3 main projects that we have presented to council already in our submission, and will be presenting to council in our submission as well. We also have had a record number of applications for the Edible Gardens Awards, which is really great, and the staff work very, very hard at this. I did try to encourage judges to give me an award for best tomatoes when they visited on Monday, I think it was, to take photographs, but that didn't work. So we've got 50 this year, which is, I think, 5-6 more than we've had in the past. And why that is significant is because we've lost Northwood in our boundary changes, and they were big gardeners and entries in the competition. So that's about it.
Very good. Pauline?
Thanks, Ellie. Can I just add to that, if we look at 8.1, oh God, what page is it? Page 322. It talks about the BURP, which is the Belfast Emergency Response Plan, And this is the one that they're actually widening it to include the coastal community to support any other further tsunami evacuations by opening a support centre. So it's good to see the two areas working together, and our community governance staff are working well with Belfast Network and Civil Defence to develop this as a community-led response. So yeah, I just congratulate the Belfast Network for this. They're a really active group.
Great.
And they're doing very well.
Thank you. There was just one other very quickly thing I see in the press this morning, the swimming pools stuff and the proposal for free under 16 visits, which I'm sure our board would think is absolutely marvellous, but I just want to raise the flag. We know that Graham Condon is extremely well used, and in fact myself and Deputy Chair Emma Norrish swim there. I haven't been harpooned yet, which is good, getting into the pool, but we are finding that it's very, very hard to get a lane sometimes, and I think that's because the swim clubs, we've lost QE2 obviously, the swim clubs are coming in. If there is a code brown, then everyone moves into that big pool as well, if this happens in the smaller pool. So all I would ask you to consider is when you look at this, that you think about capacity in our facilities as well, because the last thing we want to do is not be able to provide access if indeed it gets very good pickup.
Very good. All right, and I presume, Pauline, you'd like to move it, and I presume Mike would like to second it. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive report. The next one is Braden Cashmere Community Board. Welcome.
Kia. We have a karakia from Arahanui Grace at the beginning of each of our meetings, followed by a waiata sung by the board, led by Grace and Sol Smith. And selfishly, they were away on disaster duties this last board meeting, and we had to look at each other because there isn't one of us who's confident in even singing a short waiata. So we didn't have it there. So I think Grace should never be removed and taken away for disaster. We've got two. We've got two Part A's. We've got Summerfield school zones coming up, and the reason why Tim was so alert in asking about the budget is because two just happened to be in our ward. The two next ones happen to be in our ward, Summerfield School and South Christchurch, both of which need it, and we look forward to that discussion. And the next resolution is somewhat redundant now, given the actions that the council has taken, but it was about the establishment of an umbrella disaster committee to coordinate the volunteers, the governance people, the owners of the land, the governance of the land, etc., on the Port Hills, to coordinate all of them in the recovery, which is happening and which is terrific. But those are the two Part A's that will be put to the council. One of the things I asked to be included, we haven't got pictures. Where's that woman? She's still here. God. We'll have to do something about that.
Set a very high bar.
And she has set a very high bar, and how dare she do it when she's brand new? It's completely sickening. I asked to be in the ward report to be enclosed a letter from John Cousins, who's the chairperson of the Craycroft Residents Association, and he wrote a lovely letter in the paper thanking everyone concerned with the disaster right across the range, not just the fire service but everybody else, civil defence, city council staff and so on, and I'm glad he wrote that, and I phoned him to congratulate him on writing it, and it is there in your papers. We've had a heartfelt deputation on the mistakes that are being made in the maintenance in the parks. We have a group that voluntarily plant in Ernley, but also we have other groups voluntarily planting elsewhere. And these had a heck of a lot of their plants completely destroyed with strimmers. being somewhat inaccurate in terms of taking out plantings that had just happened. Some of the plants actually are several years old, and they were completely destroyed by the people who were meant to be doing maintenance. I asked this person, one of the people who came to our deputation, because she was so committed and has been so committed for so long in volunteer planting, I asked her to appear before the council, to come and appear before the council, because she's a very effective speaker about what's happened to plants when the maintenance goes wrong. But she won't do it. She says that we're just as good at representing her views, but we're not. And we can't tell you the distress it causes when grown plants are destroyed by people with their strimming machines and who are just meant to be cutting grass. We are having a meeting with staff, and the park staff are doing their very, very best to keep some control of the workers doing this work, and it's no blame on them for what is happening. But nonetheless, we're looking at trees that have been planted by volunteers that have been destroyed in a second. And the deputation that came before the board was sad and depressing to hear. West Braden School, the wonderful West Braden School, which has already got one of the largest playgrounds in Christchurch, had a pool installed in 1933, and in 2011 they opened a brand new refurbishment of the pool with a beautiful, they've got a DVD of it, and it's beautiful. It's a summer's day and it's children in pools laughing and dancing. It's hot. All the parents are there. It's wonderful, and it was on Waitangi Day 2011. So we all know what happened after that. They have now bought a new pool that they're importing from America that can withstand, it's on a boat, that can withstand earthquakes, can be yanked out of the ground after an earthquake, repaired and put back into the ground. And they have raised $700,000, and they are not a rich school. And they've raised $700,000, and we had a meeting at the school a couple of weeks ago, and all they want is another 200. Like that. It'll be easy. And it is led by the wonderful Dwayne Major, who bought the beach, and he and his committee and the school are working so hard to raise the final bits of money that will, these will be the surrounds of the pool, the changing sheds and the filter system to work to get that pool back into that community. And they were very quick to point out that this will be a community pool with tickets available to anybody in the community who would like to have them, not just the West Braden School community. I mentioned accessibility in this ward report again. I probably will be putting it in all the time, but I want to make sure that notwithstanding the expense of the cycleways and the importance of them, and our board is especially pleased with the cycleways and the impact it's having on our community. It is having a beneficial influence on our community. And just for example, on the latest one, which they're consulting on tonight, they're going down Domain Terrace, and there is a cycleway, a shared footpath cycleway that goes across Domain Park between Hoonhay and Spraydon, which is used a lot. And the slope up to getting back on the road in Domain Terrace is too steep for wheelchairs. So I asked the staff if, while they're doing that and looking at the installation of the cycleway down Domain Terrace, if they could make that slope more accessible for wheelchairs, so that not only pedestrians and cyclists can use that cycleway, but so can people in a chair. And I'd just like to say again that whatever we do shouldn't impede the accessibility of the city to those people who aren't cyclists and perhaps are not pedestrians and certainly aren't in cars, just to make sure that all of us can get where we need to go. The Selwyn Street shops, we had a terrific, this was such an example of staff competence. We had a terrific presentation on the Selwyn Street shops by people who who sounded as though they'd been born there. They knew every inch of it. You know, when they mentioned shops, they said 2 feet from that doorway there is this, and then up there's this, and they knew everything about it. Notwithstanding the project's been postponed, which they mentioned to us at the end of the gripping presentation, that it's postponed in the long-term plan. Notwithstanding that, we were thrilled to get the presentation because it was just so competent and knowledgeable about the Selwyn Street shops, and they had listened so much to the community. And notwithstanding the fact that we're not going to get all the parking back that some of the community might want, they certainly improved the parking and other access issues for people in the thing. The only thing I'd also say about the Selwyn Street shops, though, is that every one of you have seen how derelict it looks. When we drive past on the Brougham Street motorway, we are looking at weeds. And they are not the council's fault, they're private property. And I just wish that we could persuade the poor private owner of that particular property, who has lost everything and has not got the money to recover when the earthquake happened, to do some weeding around that area, because it does make Selwyn look extremely depressing and is not welcoming to people who might want to build or put in a business in that particular area. And then finally, another kudos for the staff. We've got great signs going round Ngāpunawai ponds where a drainage scheme is going in conjunction with the athletics park, which Leanne opened 10 days ago. And the drainage and development of the drainage and the staff doing the development of the Ngāpunawai have combined together, and that a part of the development of these prevention of flooding measures is making the ponds bigger, the pond and the park bigger. And you appreciate how important it is for the ponds to be bigger when you saw the helicopters coming in and dropping their buckets into every single bit of water in the Port Hills. Ponds, swimming pools, every single bit of water was accessed by the helicopters. And when I now look at Ngāpunawai, and I think that some of the uses that will be put to we had not thought of before the disaster on the Port Hills. But so that pond's going to be widened and broadened. But the important thing I wanted to raise was that there are signs all around Ngāpunawai pointing out to the walkers and the dog walkers and the people who go through those parks the reason why this project is existing, which is to help prevent flooding in Christchurch. And I really encourage this, the staff and the council to think every time we do a project to put a sign up which says in plain language that it's to help Christchurch, to say to people how it is to help Christchurch. Because I think we should do a little bit more advertising of how good the council is and the effort it is putting in to make the recovery affordable, accessible, and an enhancement of our beautiful city. Thank you. That's not the end. Mel.
I never quite know how it's going to run, so that's good. There we had one event that one recent event about Addington, St Mary's Church in Addington, which had its 150th year anniversary. So I went along to that. It was a wonderful occasion, like they always are in Addington. And it became apparent that I didn't know that the bell tower there that was dedicated to Richard Seddon is actually the stairways beginning to sort of slope, and so they're worried about having a bell tower that's a bit like the Tower of Pisa. So they're looking to fundraise. So something that we will keep in our vision into the future. Another thing the board is working on is visiting boards of trustees, which is something that we haven't done before, as far as I've been aware. And so we've got some meetings already lined up to go to schools such as Hill Morton, but we're looking to go to every single school and just to hear what the board's worries are and concerns and things that they're looking forward to as well in the ward. So we're wanting to do that. And a recent thing it was in a recent meeting, but we've, along with the idea about pools, is we had Sarah McKenzie, who was behind when Barrington Park Playground was, you remember when that was burnt and then the funding happened and people put sponsorship towards it and then the council put money towards getting that repaired very rapidly. She's wanting to have a paddling pool within our ward for free access again to water for kids. So it's something that she's presented about and we're thinking about for Barrington Park when the refurbishment happens. So just to let you know about that in advance. And the last thing really is that the Community Board Executive Councils are part of the national LGNZs. Those are council representatives, and there's also ones for the Community Board at that committee. So I'm the Zone 5 rep now, which goes from Waitaki all the way up to the top of the South Island. So we've had all the Community Board chairs know that, so I guess I'm the conduit now instead of Mike Mora, so to that sort of national body. So if there's anything to do with community boards, I'm going to be feeding it back and forwards, and at the conference as well, which is coming up, that's obviously been advertised in the 11th to 13th of May. So that's
Thank you. Very good. Excellent. You'd like to move it?
I'll move it.
And seconded by Tim. Is it? Yep.
Yeah, just make
Phil?
Carolyn and Melanie have given a wide-ranging report. One feature which they touched on too is around that Port Hills recovery planning, which does have a part A here, and the request from the group was that it be multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, so that the different groups with a wide range of expertise be involved together, and that is happening gradually. So, but I think it's important that I guess what we've learned is just how attached and how important the Port Hills are for us, and in fact this recovery project will be very, very important. So it's great to see our local groups coming to the board straight away, and the board will be an ongoing good conduit for that recovery, alongside council, of course.
I'm just wondering whether the recovery manager is going to do a presentation to your board. Has Murray Sinclair been yet, or
Hasn't been yet, but it's going to happen.
But it's going to happen, because I think he'll give you some confidence around the way the process is structured under the new legislative framework. So now at the end of the period for the state of emergency, we then moved into, I gave notice of a transition period, and the transition period has enabled the recovery manager that's appointed by the group to delegate powers to the two recovery managers in both Selwyn and Christchurch, and those that lasts for 28 days. So from the date that we did it. So the reason I'm explaining it to you is that there has been a legal process followed in terms of the new statutory framework for transition to recovery. But Murray's been appointed to lead that work for the city, and it would be great to get him in front of your community board as soon as possible.
Did you say 28 days?
Yeah, 28 days from the date that it was announced, which I think was Wednesday. Was it last week? Wednesday this week? Yeah.
Not this week.
Not this week. Wednesday last week, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We realised that the resolution was somewhat redundant, but they came and saw us really quick, and we thought it was very important. Yeah.
Pauline.
Thank you. Just want to congratulate Melanie for picking up the Zone 5 rep. But just wondering, I didn't know that, and I'm just wondering if something should go out to the community boards advising them of that, but also wondering how the board's members could be encouraged to feed information through to you or have some sort of conduit there. So whether there's a space on a meeting report once a month that board members can have any concerns forwarded to you.
Yeah.
So
good idea, Paul.
Yeah.
All the board chairs know, because I sent them all text messages.
When did you do that?
Probably a month ago.
We see that hasn't
filtered through to the councillors.
Probably the chairs and the board advisors would probably be
It might be a good idea for me to even visit
And then
each
if we could
board.
get some sort of mechanism there where the doors are open for communication to flow a little bit easier, because I actually don't think board members know an awful lot about the role of the Zone 5 rep anyway and how to feed into that.
Yeah.
Might be something you can pick up.
I agree. Yeah.
Can I suggest if the mover and seconder are happy, I'd like to add to the resolution that the report number 19 be referred to the recovery manager, and that way there's actually an action. It's been referred to the recovery manager, and he'll be able to speak to that when he comes to meet with you.
Which will be great.
Yep. Yanni?
Yeah, I mean, it might be good to also just, I guess the recovery manager is going to all the boards, or is there a process for that happening?
All the boards?
Well, maybe the boards that are affected as well. So, like, I know our board would be really keen. Obviously, we take in some of the Port Hills. So,
Not the affected part.
there's some
It's
road, there is
really
some
Hallswell and
issues there,
Spraden and Heathcote. But in terms of the recovery manager's role, it's just the boards that are affected.
Yeah, but also like the downstream effects on the river is something that has been raised with our board.
Yes, I know, but he's the recovery manager, and we will. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good.
That would be good.
Great, thanks.
Right. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried, and we'll come back to the road, the speed zone, in a minute.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll invite Banks Peninsula to come forward.
He could probably put me at the same table. Would it be right if Tori joined us at the table?
Yes.
Oh, are you right?
Use the arrows, whichever you want.
Thank you.
Or another flash presentation. I hope you're watching, Caroline.
I am. Oh, do you think I might be involved?
Oh, we need to go back. How do we go back?
The arrow.
Use the back arrow.
The back arrow. Where's the back arrow?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so I think he wants me to introduce. I think you all know Pam. This is Tori. Tori's our Little River member, and Joan Blatchford, who's our governance manager, and I'm Christine Wilson. Right, the Akaroa wastewater project, as you can see, very emotional issue by the signage that's up there. I think there's probably about 3 or 4 along the roadway in Akaroa.
Yes, it is indeed.
Yes. So, project is, like I said earlier on, going well with the working group to try and find a solution. This obviously has been quite a contentious issue for the people living in the bays, so there was a deputation to our board suggesting that we put this collaborative approach forward. So to date it has gone as well as it can be. Very tense. The time frame is very tight, so we've had to extend that by another 2 meetings. So hopefully by the end of the next week we'll have a wee bit more of an idea of where things are going. Village planning, as you saw, heard earlier on, the deputation for Little River, absolutely wonderful, and I would really like to actually take this opportunity to commend Pam and Tori for the work that they've done on that, along with all the community members. It's been quite inspiring. Really, there's such big interest, and also I think I've mentioned it here before that there's a business owner that's currently just moved into the community that really wants to jump on board to help out with that. So really got to commend Little River, and also Diamond Harbour have basically been trying to set up the same sort of program for the community, and I think basically that's been born out of the earthquakes when they lost Godley House. Diamond Harbour was really quite an important place for people to go to in the weekends. But having said that, there has been lots of different things happening over the summer period. With Live at the Point, they've had sculptures at the Point, which has been very, very popular. People travel from Christchurch, catch the ferry across, excuse me, and go to events there. So this is the sort of thing that the Diamond Harbour community are wanting to see happen for their township. They want to see their tracks updated, just better access to different things over there. So I really commend them too on their community effort. Really, I like that whole approach too, that as a community telling us what they want and involving the whole of the community. So that's what's been going on there with those village plans. The other, issue that we're having at the moment really is the Akaroa Wharf. We had a deputation from a resident that's really concerned about the loss of public space there. The board did a site visit last month, and we could see exactly why there's concerns. There's lots of different interests trying to use that space. The day that we were there were 2 cruise ships in, so it was very, very busy. There were obviously the Black Cat has its interests there, but there's also a lot of concerns from the fishermen, from over there that have lost their space to unload safely and to refuel their boats. So that's a bit of an issue with tankers sitting on the wharf, with people coming off the cruise ships. So what the board has asked for is that staff come back with a report to see what can happen going forward to try and manage that whole situation, and basically just to see how the situation with the wharf has got to where it's at, because it's clearly congested, and obviously we just need to try and find out a wee bit more to try and get it sorted, because after all, with cruise ships coming in there, it is probably the second biggest gateway into Christchurch at the moment, along with the airport. The Allendale Hole, it's been really good to see that there's progress being made, excuse me, on the whole. It's going to be a real asset for that part of the community, and I think for Governor's Bay in particular, they're really pleased to see what's been happening there. So we've got a good group of people working and reporting back to us on that. Civil defence, we did have, the Akaroa Civil Defence came to our meeting last month with some concerns that they feel like they can't operate the way that they have been up until now, because of the way that civil defence has become structured. Most of those people don't want to have to go through the training or do the other things that are involved to become a civil defence volunteer. They really just want to be able to turn up on the day and help. So we're just working with them at the moment to see if there's an option for them. Akaroa Issues Working Party, which Pam is very instrumental with, that's going very well. And I think that's another good thing that's just come out of a community that's just got around and spoke, he talks about what they can do to help their own community. The community board and annual plan engagements. So we're just looking at how we can set up meetings at the moment to engage with the community on those things. Last but not least, Littleton are hosting the Rainbow Youth Mardi Gras tomorrow evening in Littleton. Apparently it's the first time there has been this type of occasion, that's the word, sorry, held in Christchurch. Yes. And as you can see, our very own Andrew Turner will be speaking during this event. So hopefully if people can make it along, that would be really good. It's between 5 and 8 tomorrow evening. And that's really about us at the moment.
So look, could I just add a bit, we've talked about the Port Hills recovery a bit today, or we've heard a bit about it, and the importance of actually the rural community being able to assist with the Port Hills recovery, in that we were able to move in behind, it was a behind the scenes program where we worked with those landowners, the larger landowners in Governor's Bay and around the edge of the city, working with Banks Peninsula Transport, ensuring that we knew where stock was, we knew where the cattle yards were, and using people on site from Banks Peninsula. We actually knew, and the people that we were working with, they knew where everybody lived. So just the importance of actually involving other rural aspects to those Port Hills activities that went on during that fire. I have already had a meeting with Terry to do with the recovery with my North Canterbury Rural Support Trust hat on, which is about social services in rural communities, basically rural communities, but this area's got a number of lifestylers, but so we're still able to help them in a minor way or direct them where they might get some help. So I just thought I'd like to add a little bit there. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Christine. But we did work behind the scenes to assist the city. In fact, we mustered some sheep for some city people with a well-known dog trialist from Worsley Spur, and he put the sheep away, and he knew the owner of the property. So we were of assistance, rural people were of assistance during that fire. That's just one instance that I know of and share.
Very good. Sarah.
Thank you. There's obviously a lot going on, and I'm just wondering, after the success at the Community Board Conference 2 years ago, whether you are entering Little River Big Ideas into the Best Practice Awards at the Community Boards Conference.
It has been suggested that we do. We did speak about that at our meeting.
Yeah, I don't know when the application's closed, but it'd be an excellent entry for the Community Boards Awards.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sarah. I agree.
Yep, very good idea. Phil?
Just very briefly, look, the work by the rural sector is certainly acknowledged, and like one example you'll be aware of too is the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust,
yes,
and the organisation they are doing
yes,
is just wonderful. So certainly aware of it.
Excellent. In moving this one, do we want to kind of capture something that we could send by way of, keep up the good work to the Little River people, like to capture that in the resolution?
I think that would be...
it was just an amazing presentation.
I think that would be really good. I mean, what we've got here is a community that's worked in exactly the way that we've talked about communities working for a long time. And, that collaboration, that partnership with council, that partnership with other bodies, and the community really just stepping up to take ownership of its own issues is something that, I think we need to be commending for the way it's been done in Little River and Diamond Harbour, in fact, as well. And it was Little River people that we heard from today. But the work done in Diamond Harbour has been just as good in many ways, although different. But there's a lot of what's happened in these two community-led plans, which there are other communities elsewhere in the city that could be working in the same way, and there are probably some learnings from the way that we've done this work on the peninsula. So it would be great if we could pick that up in a resolution, maybe just recognising the work that's been done. And have we formally received that document as yet? I'm not sure where we're at in terms of... I know the community board received it. Whether council should receive the document
There's been Andrew.
Yeah,
formally receiving though. Have we formally received the document?
I don't know. Do you have to? I don't know.
No, we don't have to, but...
we've had it presented to us today, so it would be, if it was appropriate to do that, that might be good.
Yeah. So receive the community board report and receive the Little River Big Ideas report.
And congratulate them.
And congratulate the local community and the Diamond Harbour community for providing such strong leadership in terms of community-led community development.
Perfect.
Yep.
I'm happy to move
So
that.
look, could I just add something about the Little River Issues work at this community plan? is that it's actually got the right infrastructure behind it to make it work. It's got a Little River Wairera Trust that's behind this program that will now looking at the implementation, coordinating it. It can receive funds. It's already set up, has been operating for a number of years, is well respected for the way it works. It's got a small team, paid staff. So that's also part of the success of it, is actually having all of that infrastructure ready to go behind this.
Well, you know, as I said before, you know, there is this now a community resilience partnership fund, which is jointly funded by central government and ourselves, and you know, it's not a given, but I'm looking at somebody who's nodding furiously, so in the way that I was nodding furiously during the presentation. So I just think it just lines up on every level. I haven't looked in detail at the Diamond Harbour one, but that may well meet that objective of the fund as well. And having a trust that you can invest in terms of taking it to the next level, then I think that's the way to go. Yep.
In recognising communities, I mean, I think this is entirely appropriate that we do this today, but the other community that's working really well in partnership with Council at the moment is the Akaroa community. And I know Christine mentioned the Akaroa working group, but I think it's worth pointing out that working group is made up, so it's a working group of the community board, but it's made up of community board members and community members from both the business community and the residential community. And the work that group is doing is committed, is excellent, and is producing results as well. So there are people that were original submitters to annual plan and long-term plans here at Council who were frustrated with some of the issues that Akaroa working group are dealing with now, who are very happy with the outcome. And that group has really got up ahead of steam and is resolving a number of issues using community knowledge and community partnership to work through those issues there as well. So I know there was something on the press website this morning around the way that group is doing its work, but the community involvement in that group and the successes it's achieving shouldn't be underestimated.
Very good. All right, so you're moving that, and who would like to second that? Phil. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Look, thanks to all of the community boards. It really, to me, it's been so much better than I thought it would even be myself. Could I invite the transport team to come to the table? And while you're walking up to the table, I'd like you to contemplate answering a question in the range of all of the proposals that we've had for school speed zones. Is there enough money on budget to do all of them, and do they have an impact on any others that might have had an expectation of being before us in the very near future?
Hang on, I'll have to run my head around that, sorry.
Yeah, but what I'm of a mind to do is to take a mover and a seconder, and I'm happy to move it and somebody else can second it, that to move the whole lot as one block, so, resolution to cover all of the individual projects, except for the petition. The petition one, and the petition one is just simply that the report be obtained around those three. So that because we're not approving them and we're not accepting them for approval at this stage. So park the petition, we'll deal with that separately, but the actual school speed zones and the individual community board reports, are we able to do that?
So to directly answer the question, we're funded for approximately 3 per year. This year we're delivering effectively 5. So yes, we are you're getting value for money. The reason why there's more this year than we would do normally is because of the Haiata School and being funded through a slightly different mechanism because of the way that large campus came around. So it's being funded through the Safe Routes to School budget as opposed to the school speed zone budget. And the Oroia active warning signs is a carryover from last year. So that's the reason why there's more this year than there's in previous years. And
it's not a Ruia, it's Marshland, isn't it? Okay.
So
right, sorry.
yes, we can fund them all. Yes, they're all within the budgets that we've got this year.
And does anyone miss out?
It doesn't affect the prioritisation that was set in the annual plan process last year.
Right. So you're happy to second it? So I've got a resolution on the lot, and we'll come to the petition next. Yanni.
I had was around what's the school's responsibility? Like, you know, if a supermarket's going in, for example, they have to put in traffic lights or traffic calming, or there's things that they have to do, and so I was just wondering, like, in terms of the schools that have changed or expanded, is there any sort of requirement through consenting that they have to do some sort of safety enhancements?
So generally, what we like to do is to program our infrastructure improvements. We'll go hand in hand with a school travel plan, and that's where we basically we share the responsibility around in terms of the education and the measures that the school can do to support safe travel behaviours within their community.
So basically, the idea that a school, you know, with 1,000 students goes into a local community, there's no sort of traffic assessment around that.
Can I suggest that we address that question you asked earlier for a briefing note on the current process?
Yeah, I think that would be really useful.
And we address that question.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, the main issue for there is that if you don't move it down the road, then you'll actually continue with a zone that no longer has kids using the street.
And that's the problem with
and that is the problem with that one. But Yanni's point is quite separate, which is the role of the Ministry of Education in terms of the funding of these.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really good to get just something back around that. Then, the only other thing is I think you sent us through a list. I tried to go on the email, was a list of the priority of the school zones. Is it possible just to get that recirculated? I mean,
that will be part of the briefing note.
That would be great. Thank you.
And it's all, just to clear up, that's a briefing note, and that program and those priorities will set as part of the LTP and the ongoing annual plan process.
Yeah.
Right.
And can I just ask that, and I presume you will, that when you bring us information about the schools, that besides the state schools, that some of the private schools be included, for example, those that move over the road from one side to the other, where there's crossing issues like that, where they will fit in terms of our prioritisation around these issues.
What, private schools?
Private school, yes.
Which ones?
Well, it's all. I guess it's all schools. We'll cover it.
Okay.
There are some issues in particular with at least one private school where the school moved part of that structure over the road as the school expanded.
Okay.
And that decision leads to impacts on the community and this whole school safety.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that
we don't make a differentiation between private or public schools. It's just
sorry. I just didn't know the issue because it wasn't related to anyone that we'd been dealing with. But anyway, that's good. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Now we'll move to the petition, and the wording of the petition. I wasn't quite comfortable with moving it as proposed because it requires us to take a position, and I don't think we should take a position until, because it says to receive and support. What have you got? Yeah, see, it says the council receive and support. I don't mind receiving the petition and requesting staff to provide advice on the three schools, presumably to the community board.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit unclear because the committee. I mean, normally when we get petitions, that we'd refer them to the appropriate committee for a report. But obviously, you know, time is of the essence. I guess on some people might say on these ones. There is actually work going around, like if you take the Te Waka Inua, I mean, that's really part of the master plan program. So again, like, yeah, I think it's good to get progress on it. and maybe just getting a report back to council via the community board is the way to go. But
yeah,
the committee might also want to, the appropriate committee might want to know the information.
Yeah. Is that, but that's okay to receive the petition and request staff to provide advice to the community board on those three schools?
Well, what my understanding is what we would get is a report, not advice. We've had some advice already, but what we actually need is a report so we can make a decision. That's my understanding in response to the petition.
Well, is there a material difference? Can we ask for a report to go to the community board?
You can ask for a report to the community board with regard to establishing school speed zones, something like that.
Yeah.
Good.
With regard to establishing, yeah, but the community board doesn't have that by way of delegation at this stage, so it's something that we'll have for recommendations back to council.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wondering if the memo that staff are going to give us with the process could be also sent to Nook, because understanding that there is a process, and these three schools are just some of many throughout Christchurch that are really desperate for these zones, so that information to go out.
I think where I think this is heading is that during the LTP process, which is not the annual plan process, but the LTP process, I believe that we're going to have a real consideration of whether all schools should have a 40 km zone around them. Yanni's raised a good point though, because just down the road from St Anne's is a Woolston master plan concept, which is based on 30 kilometres per hour in the Woolston shop area. So, you know, so these things are not straightforward, but I think the LTP is the right place for the big decisions, it's not piecemeal. But these three, they've asked to have a report done, and I don't have any problem with them getting a report done. It may well be that the report is that they're not prioritised at this stage. It may well be that, yes, actually all three of these have a priority, and actually it might be two of the three, you know. So let's not prejudge the outcome. Let's go through a due process before we make a decision.
The staff would already have. It's about explaining that there is a process and there is a priority.
I think that's appropriate for the community board. The MP, he presented a report to the community board. It is entirely appropriate that the community board handle that relationship. It's not something that's transferred to us. If the community board want to share the information once they have received it, I think it would be entirely appropriate that the community board fed that back to them.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
I just wanted to speak to
Aaron.
Yeah, if the council's, and I don't know if we do have a position, it'd be good to know if we do, on set speed limits outside schools. Do we agree they should be all the same?
It's case by case basis.
Yeah.
And there are 3 funded a year. I don't know where you've been for the last, half an hour in the conversation, but we've had this discussion exactly about how we have a process. We're going to have the process.
So you're saying the council's position is that all schools should have exactly the same?
No, I just said that it is probably something that we're going to have to deal with in the LTP process. At the moment, we fund about 3 per year. We've just been advised that funding's been obtained for the changes at Hayata out of a different fund because it doesn't fit within the funding arrangements that we've already got. I mean,
Okay, but before you lose your rag, just the...
Point of order.
No, it's all right.
There is a specific...
It's all right, it's all right.
Okay, cool.
Could Councillor Keown please make your point?
Sorry for sounding like you may sound, making a reference that you may have sounded stressed, but I'm asking the question...
That really wasn't very helpful, thank you.
Yeah, so I just apologise for that, but...
no, your apology wasn't helpful, actually. Could you just stick to your point?
Ask me to apologise. My point is that there is already a national campaign to have all schools with a consistent speed limit outside them. Is that our position, or do we Because the way we're funding it is going to take another 60 odd years to get through all the schools.
Which is why I said that we are likely to include such a position in our LTP process. We are not going to make a change to our LTP through our annual plan. So that's simply what the decision that we reached as a council, that we were not going to make such a major change to our LTP, any major change to our LTP in the annual plan process. We all agreed to that. So I'm suggesting that if we are going to have a position as a council, we do it in the LTP process. In the meantime, we've received a petition on these three. I don't know where they sit on the current area of priorities. I don't know whether they're just off the current area of priority. We are going to get a report from staff that will set all of that out, and we will know exactly where these three sit, and we will then have a consideration of the matter once the community board has reported back to us. Yanni.
Speak to this in terms of 15. So what you see from the report is that the board received the petition, but we didn't have the staff comment that was being put into the council report. And if you go through that, what you find is actually all three of these schools have existing council projects underway around looking at amenity improvement through either the master plan, the Ferry Road master plan around Wolfston Park, and the cycleway outside Linwood Ave. So actually there is work going around how do we make these areas safer and increase the amenity for pedestrians, cyclists and people just generally going through. So, you know, I think it is important that the board does get a chance to look at that and get further staff information to respond, because actually this isn't so much, as I understand it, about the school speed zones, whether they're 40 k's or not, and just plonk them in. It is actually about how do you create a safer environment. And as I said, there's work already happening on those. So I don't think that this needs to wait for amendments to the LTP or anything like that. I think what it needs is a really good look at what's happening, and the one in particular is Te Waka Anua, which, you know, you've basically got the Ministry of Education making a decision, or the Minister, to increase a school significantly in size. The Community Board has already put in funding to actually do some basic smaller enhancements to safety that has been worked through with the school and was told was going to be good, but we did ask for a review after that was put in place because we were concerned that that wasn't going far enough. But it does raise the issue, is there any requirement on the ministry when it expands schools or merges schools to actually look at doing anything themselves in terms of their obligations? And I welcome getting that back, because this was one of the concerns that was raised by the community when Phillipstown was closed and put into Te Waka Anua, was the whole issue of kids' safety. And it just seems that we haven't quite got the process right, where the ministry can make these significant decisions with a significant impact on a community, have no responsibility for addressing it, and then puts the burden back on us as a city. But having said that, children's safety is incredibly important, and I think we do have a role to play. But it would be good to get those reports back to the community board. I actually think all three of these can be addressed relatively easily through the existing processes we have underway.
Yeah. So you're moving that, Yanni?
Yeah.
So this is a debate.
I just wondered if Phillipstown already had one.
It's not Phillipstown.
I know, before it was moved.
I don't know, but look, these can all be dealt with in the report that's coming. Does someone want to second the motion before we debate it? And do we... Oh, Sarah, right.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear from Councillor Johansson, who's got more local knowledge on these matters than I do, that there may well be work underway that will be referenced in the report when it comes back, that mean we can deal with these three particular cases in a certain way within existing work streams, which would be great. But I think we need to acknowledge that, you know, whilst this has been raised as a local issue, we know from the previous item that we debated that 40-kilometre speed zones in front of schools and around schools isn't only related to these three schools, it's far wider than that. In fact, it's not only related to Christchurch, it's a national issue. So whilst the report coming back will address the issues that have been raised in the petition around these, Clearly, we need to have that bigger debate, quite possibly as part of the long-term plan, and it would be good if we were able to, as part of a commitment to putting 40k speed limits around all schools, look to some form of government funding or to engender some kind of a national debate around that, given that it's likely to be a national problem rather than a problem that just affects Ferry Road, that just affects Linwood, that just affects Christchurch. It's a far bigger issue than that, and I think needs to be acknowledged as such.
Right. And
I'd like to support those comments. I think that there's a growing awareness amongst us all that we are dealing with a significant community issue, which is about our children being able to walk safely to school, and we want to see a change in behaviour, and so we're not going to have children walking to school unless parents feel confident that they are going to be, to the best of their knowledge, safely able to walk to school. So I think it's great that we're having this debate, and I hope that we can continue that and get some significant things in place in the long-term plan.
thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. I'd really like to get to the PX session before lunch, so we'll carry on. Delegations for major cycleway route program, item 21, and the updated resolution is in front of you. So I think it's been circulated to all councillors. Pauline, would you like to move this?
Yes, I would.
And seconded by Phil. I'll go to questions first. So, Sarah?
Oh, no, actually, I've got some amendments.
If Dave could explain the difference in the recommendation.
I'm not sure what got circulated, but there was a little bit of an explanation on top, so we apologise. We took the wrong words out of the minutes, and so that this one is re-establishing the delegations that were set by council around the cycleways exactly as they were before the elections. Now, those delegations, because of the disestablishment of committees, were disestablished, and so what we're trying to do here is just get those back in place that was set on the 29th of January 2015. The reason that we want them is obviously related to funding. We've got a short window to get these projects going. They are certainly hitting their straps at the moment, but we need to continue that momentum because we have got two sources of funding, both from the same agency, NZTA. The first one is a third going towards the major cycleways, which is over and above normal, and then the remainder gets funded 50-50, so they're as part of our normal program. So there's two subsidies two financial assistance, I suppose, rather than subsidies, that come from NZTA, but there are deadlines on that first one, so that's why we have, and that's why council go those delegations in the first place.
Very good. So this is reinstating what was there before the last election. Right, you got an amendment.
That's right. Yeah, just to make it, in the previous term as board chair, sometimes it was unclear as to where the community boards fitted in, and so I've got just a couple of, but the times it did work, it didn't make a difference to the timing, so that the board was able to be invited to workshops with the ITE committee to look at the proposals before they went out, which was really good. So I'd like the word advised in A to be changed to briefed, because that just means that the boards get invited to the workshops or whatever that ITE is having. And in B, it didn't, having the community board chair along to the meetings was really good. And it didn't make it any longer, because often we had our board meeting, 2-3 days before the ITE committee meeting. We'd look at the same report the ITE committee had, and then the board chair would go along with the board's feedback based on the comments in the meeting.
Can we put chair or chairs, because it might be...
Yeah, so I've got some wording, and in fact I've sent it to Chris, although I'm going to change appropriate to relevant. So I've got, and the relevant board chair be invited by the Infrastructure, Transport and Environment Committee to participate in the relevant major cycleway route item discussion and give their board's feedback or recommendations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's why it's metropolitan. Yeah. Chair.
So
chairs.
What I'd like to, and that way,
Just put, that's
it just makes it really clear that we,
or put S in brackets. It's the standard way.
Really clear that we actually value the community board's input here, and they'll have seen the submissions that the community board put in by then.
Acceptable to the mover and seconder? Yeah. So you don't need to move an amendment. That's fine. Okay, are there any questions? Yanni?
I did ask some questions prior to the meeting just to get an understanding of the decision-making process as it was exist without delegating to the ITI committee. Is it possible to get that circulated? Or
You did get a request to do some drawings, so I can pass these around. I think they sort of reflect what you see on one side there is a decision as per the delegations, and then on the other side we've put one as if it wasn't the delegations. And admittedly we've taken a little bit of license in that, but because we've said that this is a metropolitan program, it would mean the decisions, the council hasn't delegated those decisions to the community board. So the side up is the one so we believe this process is still fast and efficient, but gives a better input from the community board rather than having it all sitting here with the council.
So at the moment, because the previous council has already declared this a metropolitan program, that decision actually stands. So therefore, it would be a decision of the council, and it's the council that's delegating the decision making to the ITI committee, which is what we did before. So this is, I don't think you've taken licence. I think you've given us an accurate assessment of what it was before the election.
So my understanding previously would be that things like local or even roads like Ferry Road, that there would be a recommendation from the community board to council. So even if it was something was considered metropolitan, the board still made recommendations to council. They just did not make the final decision. And what I don't see from this process is where the community board makes those recommendations, which they currently make on things like local roads. So.
And I suppose that was the reason for the delegation report that went up in January 2015 to speed up that process but still have that input into it. It just removes a couple of very formal processes in there so that we can actually fast track to meet those requirements.
So can I just ask them, what's the difference in timing between if it's a metropolitan going to the committee versus coming to council?
Could make a difference of 4 weeks or a month probably.
But why?
Depends, depends.
Sorry, if it didn't go to the committee and just came to the council, why does that change the timing? Given that we've identified it being metropolitan.
If it doesn't go to committee.
It wouldn't, we meet every 3 out of 4 weeks, it would actually speed it up.
Say that having been
No, because we've got a community board week.
Okay, well,
so this is
we meet 2
really,
weeks a
I mean,
month.
this is unusual this week because other papers have got a time frame on them.
Every part of the project can possibly be revisited several times when designs are tweaked in response to consultations. So imagine that having to come back every time, because you can't move on in the project design until you've got that bit sorted. It's really complex.
No, so,
Really
but
anyway,
given that we've made it a metropolitan thing, so just so I'm clear, so if I moved an amendment that it gets delegated to the full council, not to the committee, that would have no impact on the time?
There is not an amendment. You vote against this. It's not an amendment to delegate to the full council because we currently hold the decision-making power as the metropolitan.
So the only difference I can see being what's proposed is to cut the community board recommendations out. That's the only thing that saves time. If it comes to the full council, it actually could arguably be done quicker. So
no.
I don't understand why you're saying that can't be an
because
amendment.
It has to then go to ITI and then come here.
It doesn't have to go to ITI. There's no reason for it to go to ITI if we agree to delegate it.
That's the debate.
There are reasons which we should include in the debate.
Okay, and then can I just ask...
Wait, Sarah.
Thank you. One of the things I found confusing last time was the dual role of the community board in submissions and then joining the discussion around the IT committee table. So I don't think it's particularly good practice for a board to submit and then to make a recommendation based on all of the other submissions. I think it's much clearer if the board looks at the submissions that the community have made and then bases a recommendation or gives their feedback based on that, because they are representing the views of the community. And so there were times that we chose not to submit last time because then we thought that we would be conflicted in making recommendations later. So I think that what I've proposed up there actually would suit the process better. So we see the same report and the information that comes to ITE, we see the submissions, we see the staff recommendations based on those, all the changes that are proposed, and then we give feedback or recommendations to ITE at their decision-making meeting. And I think that makes it much
participate in the
much
meeting.
better process rather than the dilemma between submit or feedback recommend.
All right, so I was going to put the motion and then call for debate. So you got a question?
So just one clarification. If we went through the process of ITI considering making a recommendation to council and council then approving, did you say 3 or 4 weeks? That would add 3 or 4 weeks to the process.
Two things, it could add up to a month, depending on what the timing is. One of the things that we've done prior to when we did get this delegation, we did run extraordinary ITI committees just to consider cycleways, and it's a lot easier to get a extraordinary meeting of a committee than of all of council because of your quorum. And I must admit, if this does go through, we've already got one hopefully scheduled to meet that timetable, and so that's what speeds up the process. It enables a far more nimble approach because a committee is a lot easier than all of council.
I think it was just probably the question sort of centres around the sensitivity of some of the decisions maybe in the community and maybe in the broader context of the thing, and whether in fact we may be better off having a bigger body just make the decision rather than letting a small group of people shoulder that responsibility. I'm a little bit unsure about what's the best process for this one, to be quite honest.
Dion.
I just have a question around, obviously there's a bit of pressure here because of the funding. Have we actually gone back to NZTA and said, hey look, given our circumstances in Christchurch with the recovery and all the other bits and pieces, can we please get an extension on time of this funding?
So the condition of, so there's a $100 million fund released by the government into this program. It was very clearly stipulated in there that the projects had to be constructed by the end of June 2018. We were asked through that process whether we were in a good position to achieve our share, and that's how we managed to secure $20 million of that fund, because we gave a clear indication that our program was sufficiently advanced to meet that date. I would doubt that the government would look at any extension of time, because they are coming under some pressure from around the country to achieve that program.
I mean, but have we gone back and actually asked?
No, I'm hearing very clearly.
Staff were up at a briefing yesterday with the NZTA National Office, and they restated it emphatically yesterday that there is no extension. So we might not have gone back and asked, but we've been told very, very clearly.
And Auckland will take the money quickest way.
Look, I mean, we're a different city, we're in different circumstances.
No. Glenn and then Phil.
Thank you. Just by way of process, you know that council meetings can be requisitioned if need be. So if that were to be the case, would all of that which has been worked through at standing committee level here then have to go, re-litigated through the council for the purposes of the council signing it off?
Yes, it would have to be, wouldn't it?
If you were going to put in a process, the normal process of putting it through the committee, and then yes, I think it would all need to be repeated. If you were going to say that you were then, if it was going to sit with council, the fastest way would be to say that you actually rescind any responsibilities at ITI committee, and we then run extraordinary council meetings, if that's the way that would speed the process. what we're trying to get out is a double whammy, really, and we also then just want the nimble approach that the ITI committee has done so well for the last 2 years, and I think it's worked pretty well. So that's really why we are here, trying to duplicate a process that most people have felt worked quite well.
Or as we've done with the District Plan Review Subcommittee as well. Phil?
You've kind of given us the decision-making tree, and that's helpful. And you've also referred to workshops and the different stages of each cycleway. I'm just wondering if we let councillors know about the importance, really, of decision-makers being able to understand the quite deep complexities of all of the different parts of the cycleways, and how important those workshops are, and certainly in terms of people of council's understanding what's required.
Do you want me to address that? These projects are highly complex, and also the designs that are being produced are new throughout the country. So the designers are on a learning curve, the constructors are on a learning curve, and our decision maker, you as our decision makers, are on a learning curve. So they're highly complex, they're highly involved, and they've got a huge amount of stakeholder involvement. So there's a lot of involvement required at all stages throughout. We have public meetings and a lot of public meetings through the consultation and engagement process, with a lot of response from the community. And all of this, and this whole process that we've designed here, is aimed to try and engage you as decision makers in that, to ensure that you can make the best informed decision.
Right, so got a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion? Yanni, Dion, Andrew.
I don't agree with this approach. I actually, as someone who attended and was told I couldn't sit at the table as a councillor when the cycleways were going right through the ward that I represented, people who had voted for me were making submissions, and they felt that they had no representation around the decision. I actually don't think that that's very democratic, and I was told I couldn't even sit at the table. So, I think the process actually hasn't worked well, because people feel alienated from the people that they vote to represent them and make decisions on their behalf. And so, particularly in a city where we've now got the increased number of wards, delegating to a small committee which doesn't include the full council, everyone who should be represented on that isn't. And I don't think that's the right approach. In fact, if you want to speed it up, which I hear you saying that you do, just don't delegate it to the committee. Take the delegations away from the committee, like you've proposed to do for the community boards, and just give it to the full council. Then you can do it quicker. You get everyone taking responsibility for making decisions to which they've been elected to do. So I don't agree with the process that's been identified. I also went to the meeting where the submitters came to the committee meeting, and the ones that went at the start from Papanui area got a heap of time to put their case, and the ones from the Worcester Street who were at the end had almost no time to present their case. So the idea that people come to a committee, I don't think is a very good sorry, I'm speaking. So actually I think the whole idea of having hearings in the past has worked really well. We've just heard around the Akaroa wastewater treatment, the community liaison group, and I think actually having hearings where people can come and make submissions with a scheduled time, and that small group then makes a recommendation back, is a lot better way of dealing with what are very complex, complicated decisions. I think it gives a lot more flexibility to making sure that everyone's informed. So I don't support what's being proposed. I don't think it's the right approach. And I also feel strongly that the local community boards should not be excluded from making local recommendations as they historically have done in our city. I stood on a platform of giving more to community boards, not taking away from community boards, and I feel that the process that's been identified here actually takes away a fundamental right of local community boards to make local decisions or recommendations on things that affect their communities. And I finished by saying the Hagley Ferrymead board had a proud record of doing a heap of work in the Charleston area, including the plan that was put into place there, the award-winning plan, the 40k speed zone through Charles Street, and yet it doesn't even get to make a recommendation on that to council when you're putting in the cycleway. So I don't believe that's fair.
Dion, and then Andrew, then Phil, then Glenn.
Yeah, I cannot support this as well, purely from the fact that I actually have a problem with the cycle lanes and this program that's going through. That's, to me, feels like we're pushing this this process through and fast tracking all this by taking away some of those democratic rights that people have to get funding. And that really that really concerns me, that we're looking at this end date where we have to get this thing constructed just because we've got to get some money, but actually we're stomping on a whole lot of people at the same time, and that feels to me not right. You know, the biggest complaint that I have from being new on council is cycle lanes, and I know it's a big change. I'm not against cycle lanes, but I feel like that people aren't being brought along this journey with us on these cycle lanes, and it is got to stop. St Asaph Street is a danger to people in the city.
It's not a major cycleway.
There's a cycle lane. The cycle lanes come into the city. They all link into these cycle lanes that were created into the city. Now we need to have a big rethink about how we actually do this, I believe. So I cannot support this, and I do not want to see us pushing this through and pushing processes through that are actually going to stomp on people's rights to actually have a real good say, a real good feel about this and a good think, because we are trying to get funding. So I don't support this.
Thank you. Andrew?
I'm going to speak in favour of this. The discussion and the questions have largely been framed around the risk of not being able to do this quickly enough, and therefore the loss of funding. There are other risks around not being able to get this done quickly as well. Loss of funding, of course, is one of them. But the sooner we get these cycleways constructed, and let's not forget that we've committed to this through subsequent annual plans and long-term plans. The sooner we get the work done, the sooner we achieve the modal shift to active transport that we're looking for, and the sooner we achieve the safety benefits of separated cycleways. And there's been a lot of conversation about road safety in recent meetings as well. So this isn't just about speed, for whichever reason we decide to prioritise. It's also about the quality of the decision making. Now, I chaired that MCR committee that was put in place as a temporary measure until this decision came in front of council. And if I thought that I'd put my hand up to do an easy job there, it very quickly became clear that I hadn't, because the level of technical detail, legal advice, there's a lot tied up in this. The level of detail that committee needed to get its head around, and quickly, and to confidently be able to deal with submissions from people who also had made it their business to become familiar with that detail, must not be underestimated. We've got a situation where a smaller group of people, I think, is more able to do that through a series of workshops and be reactive to issues that might come up in submissions that then generate change to what's proposed, which is exactly what we would want, change being made as a result of submissions. I believe a smaller group of people that are closer to this work will be more able to be nimble and to be able to react in the way that we want than the whole council. And all this talk of requisitioning meetings or having special meetings of council to do this, I don't believe we need to do that. I think having a smaller group of colleagues who we can be confident have got their knowledge in the right place around the detail of the cycleways is absolutely the way to go. So what we're really talking about here is a trade-off, I guess, in some ways, between detail and speed versus responsibility and accountability. I'm totally comfortable in delegating to colleagues that I'm very confident in for them to have that responsibility and that accountability through the committee. Totally comfortable with that. Far rather do that than have council spending time getting across detail that it doesn't need to, and slowing this down. So risking funding, risking safety outcomes, risking delivery of this whole programme within the timeframes that we've set out in the long-term plan and annual plan. I'd also just like to comment on the amended resolution, which I'm a lot more comfortable with than the resolution that originally was put in the paper. Respecting the comments that Councillor Templeton has made, it's vitally important that the community boards have an appropriate opportunity to be involved in the decision making in an appropriate way, and this is where I've got particular respect for the comments that Sarah made. We all know from previous experience and also from the cycleways that are coming up, the upstream benefits can often be quite different than the downstream effects, and the effects can be quite localised, and that's where it's important that the community boards as representatives of their local community, have the opportunity to really be involved in the decision making, not just to make a recommendation, not just to be a submitter, but to be involved in the decision making and to be part of those workshops at every stage, because things change. So I'm very comfortable with the ability of the community boards to be involved throughout the decision-making process, given the local effects that we're already very aware of. So strongly supportive of what's in front of us this afternoon, and encourage colleagues to also support it.
Glenn, I think, and who was the other one? Glenn and Phil, Mike and Pauline. We'll be here all afternoon, right?
Right.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you. This probably should come to council, to be honest. Then again, it is a special case. I can see the deadline. I'm not actually happy that that funding deadline serves as an artificial deadline over our process. But I think if we draw ourselves out to the big picture, one of the risks that hasn't been overly made explicit here is actually the risk to those on cycles and what we're trying to promote in the city. My experience of cycling around Christchurch is that you have to be dressed up like a circus because it's as dangerous as hell. It's not only cyclists in the wrong either, it's drivers. There seems to be little consideration and too much risk taking. I think what we have to do with the rollout of both the major cycleways and also the minor, even if they're not technically part of this program, as of Street, is listen to the community. It's one thing to effect change, but as Alvin Toffler once said, it's the rate of change. Our city's already been through a fast rate of change. You've got to take them with you. So we might have some kind of ideological preference for this. We might have identified this as a priority in the city, but it really is rocking the boat. So I'm close with David actually on this. I would prefer the whole council to shoulder the load, because this will come back at the end of it to the council, but it's only going to be a group looking at this. So I will support it, but not by much. I've been tossing and turning over this the whole week. It should really come back before the council. Anyway, we've got this opportunity over the money. I think we have to take it. We'd be looking at a gift horse in the mouth. But good luck to the committee. You're going to have to listen really hard.
Yep. And we will want to delegate decisions to community boards, and you won't delegate a decision to a committee. That's all right. So, who was I? Phil, and then Mike, and then David. And Pauline was in between somewhere.
I'll go last if you like.
Yeah, okay.
So look, our city has got a transport strategic plan in 2012, and recently staff have told us that in fact one of the top achievements of that plan has been the progress that is made to date on the major cycleway routes. And I think there's no question that staff acknowledging that, and I think the public do too, that in fact the processes have worked effectively. And it's not just about money, it is about safety as well, as Glenn referred to. And if we're going to get cyclists safe, we need to make sure that in fact we keep working on these projects as a network. There's 13 of them. There's some big challenges. The community said to us, look, we want them done quickly, preferably 7-8 years at the most. We need to respect that and make sure we get them done. And I think that clearly many of them cross several wards. It is complex in terms of how we involve the community boards, and Sarah's made some good suggestions as to how we do that, how we improve that process. And so we need to meet a lot of requirements really, and part of it is engaging with our communities. And in fact, there has been a lot of democracy around the processes that we have run. We've had large numbers of submitters, which I think is testament to the fact that in fact this is a democratically run process. And as for speaking times, I've got no doubt in my mind that when submitters came to the last committee, every submitter received an equal speaking time. So look, I don't believe to construct our cycleways, this can be business as usual. I think we have to pay respect to our staff who work incredibly hard on these projects. And also as the committee previously have worked really collaboratively with staff, and the new committee I've got no doubt will continue that. And so we have to make sure that in fact in many ways these projects are fast-tracked, but they're not rushed, that they're done carefully so we get it right. But the timeline does need to be achieved if we're going to construct the 13. So we need to keep our foot on the pedal. There's a real risk that the delivery time frame will be delayed if we keep taking these back to the whole of council. And the staff made reference to the importance of the workshops. So they are time consuming. And hoping that councillors support the committee making the decision, I would expect those who are interested in the cycleways, as we've spoken today, to come to those workshops. They're very informative. And it is known community boards also attend those, and all elected members are welcome to come. So I think emphasising that the delivery of the whole process cycleway program is complex. The process does need to be streamlined for that reason. And so I'm quite sure that using a whole of council approach to be making these decisions would be incredibly time consuming. We need to make sure that we have an effective and efficient use of council's time and at all stages for these cycleways. So I'm urging councillors to vote for the recommendations.
Right, I think I got down to Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Cycleways, they surely bring out the passion in everyone, so it's a good debate. And I guess the main debate is, do we delegate this major cycleways to the ITE committee? And I'm going to speak a little bit from the past when I was the chair of the Shirley Papanui Community Board. And look, I don't think we're stomping on people. The Community Board held 5 public drop-in sessions. We held a submitters evening. We also attended public-led community meetings. We then made recommendations to the ITE committee, who then made the final decision. It was a very big process that we went through. It was complex and it took a lot of time. And for that to go to ITE committee, then go to the council, is just going to add to that extra time. When we're not stomping on people, we are listening to people. The Papanui Parallel had over 600 submissions with over 80 changes based on those submissions. So yes, there's always going to be people affected by cycleways. It's going to happen when you retrofit into an existing carriageway. But things are going to be positive in the long run when we get these all done. But we need to get them done quickly because, I bike to work every day. I come in here on my bike. It is getting dangerous out there. There's more and more cars and it's hard to actually get anywhere, especially when you look at the roadworks that's happening. The more we can do and the quicker we can do it, the safer it is for the environment. And I guess when we look at cycling, the more people we get onto these cycleways, the less cars we're also going to have on there, and so the less the congestion's going to be. So although I didn't want to debate about cycleways, obviously went into that direction, but I think it's really important that we actually keep this process moving along smoothly. Look, I trust in the colleagues. Even if I wasn't on the ITE committee, I would actually trust in my colleagues to make the right decisions. There's plenty of community involvement through the community boards. I found the process worked extremely well for the Papanui Parallel. We had a very good opportunity to talk to the IT committee. We advocated for the community. We listened to the community, and I think we got a really good result at the end of the day.
Thank you. Look, I expressed some reservations earlier on. I think given some of the conversation and debate that's been had here, I do appreciate the need for urgency in some of the decisions that we make and the significance of the funding around these projects as well. I will, with some reservations, support the motion, and I think it's probably too late now to amend anything, but a suggestion perhaps going forward that may alleviate some of the concerns that Councillor Johansson raised was that perhaps if there is a cycleway in a particular ward, that we make sure, or even second the elected member for that area onto the city committee for that decision-making process, may in some way ensure a little bit more comfort, shall we say, in that decision-making process.
Thank you. Pauline?
Thank you, and I'll be brief as normal, but look, I've been in local government now for 9 years, and 6 years of that was serving on the Shirley Papanui Community Board, and I was elected on the grounds that I was really passionate about community and grassroots input into decision making, which we didn't always see back there in 2007, I must say. And now I'm chair of the ITI committee, to which we're discussing the delegated authority. So I'm asking people here to trust me to engage fully with community boards, with communities and with residents. And along with me and the rest of the committee, and we have Phil, who actually was in the last process with the last 2 years that we've been working on these, Mike Davidson, who had an incredible input into the Papanui Parallel. We've got incredible staff, as been alluded to by Phil, who actually have impressed me incredibly with their high level of engagement and their capability to deal with people in these difficult situations, people who are negatively impacted by these works. And they are just getting better and better and better at it, in my view. So it's not just the committee we're talking about here, it's the whole team that's going to be working on this together. And I think we look back at the last 2 years and we can look at and be proud of the success that we're having. We're actually, even though there's always going to be people who aren't happy, generally these things are happening, and we're having a high level of success in getting these things in. So I'm really keen to keep this ball rolling, and I really do hope we've got your support with this complex project. And it's one network, and so until we get the whole 13 in, we won't really see the full benefit. So we're really wanting to get there as quickly as we can, not just for funding, but because this is a flagship project for our city. We're ahead of the whole of rest of New Zealand. We should be proud of ourselves and hold our heads up that we're delivering this incredible, incredible thing for our city. And I would like to say to staff, I pick up on, I think it was David, can we please invite the appropriate councillors to the meetings when we have the workshops, the seminars, and just advise everybody when the public meetings are on and the consultation meetings, and then they have the ability to be up to speed with all the information. And our ears are open, we want everyone involved in this, but the decision making has to be nimble so that we can actually meet these timelines. So I really do hope you support and trust this committee to continue the work that we've been successfully delivering for the last 2 years.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out where I can adjourn the meeting to, because we'll have to call a meeting on another day, I think, is going to have to be the result.
But we can make a decision on this now.
All right. Yeah. All right, I'll put the motion. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Yep, so that's Yanni, Dion, Aaron, opposed. Thank you. That's carried. I'd like to adjourn the meeting now, but I'd like to move us into PX first, because I want us to deal with those items, because we've got people waiting to be involved in those discussions. They were told to be here at a particular time, so I only found that out, and so I'd like to deal with that. So the question is when I adjourn the meeting to, because it may be another day, like tomorrow or something, rather than today, just depending on how well we go in PX. But I don't think I have to name a time for the adjourn till. I do. Why?
if you're adjourning the meetings for another day, it's to allow...
No, but I don't know that until I get through the PX.
So what you could do is, once you exit PX...
I can adjourn to a particular day if required. Okay, so I'll move that we move into PX to deal with those items on the agenda, seconded by Sarah. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you.
You need to...
Now. Oh yeah, subject to the